What up, guys? What's up? For your viewing pleasure this evening, I have a fine selection of players for you to choose from, including the elusive Captain Scruffles. Scruffles, how you been?
Good. I had a good 3 weeks off.
Well, I hope
There's a
you're
lot of
ready
stuff,
to
man.
take some notes, because you missed a lot of crap last week.
Okie dokie. No.
You're gonna
So,
need an
I'll-
alias.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that.
Okay.
One thing at a time, Trip. She gets confused. Also, killer shirt, dude. Nice shirt, dude. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. I like it.
It's
I
from
have the
Loot
same
Crate.
one, but I'm not wearing that one today. I'm wearing this one with Mario.
Nice, nice.
Mario!
I can't really get it on frame, but I'm wearing the purple Dungeon Master hoodie that Joey sent me. It's super comfortable.
Oh,
It's one of my favorites.
cool.
So, I need a volunteer, not Scruffles.
Me.
All right,
Volunteered.
Joey. Would you like to give Scruffles what she missed as far as backstory notes? As far as Vinland, its inhabitants, the noble houses, the different cloisters.
Yeah.
I'll be doing it like round table, so you don't have to do all of it. Just like pick one thing and then we'll go to the
Alright.
next person.
Well, let's see. We're currently in Port Noctum.
That is correct.
Sweet.
Port
Okay.
Noctum.
Port Noctum. Noctem, which is ruled by Prince Regent Oximus.
Hey, we heard of that guy.
Yeah,
You-
which is spelled Oxymuss.
Not just heard of him, we've seen him in the flesh, so to speak.
I was gonna say that, but then I wasn't really completely sure, so I
And
didn't.
his daughter.
Let's see. The noble house of him is Noctomane. I might have that one wrong. Nocto something.
It's Noctamania.
Noctomania. Okay.
So it's Prince Regent Oximus Noctum.
Yes.
That's
You know
his
how to
name.
spell Charlemagne? We'll replace
Yes.
the Charla with Nocta. And that's how it's spelled. So it's Noctemagne.
Yeah. Second in command is Platra.
Who is also his?
Uh,
Wife.
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 Waifu to the Prince Regent.
His wife. Okay.
Third in command is our sons Decimix and Gravis.
I'll copy pasta the spellings of these into the chat so she can just do that and we can just zip through it that way.
Ah, their eldest daughter is Mornova.
Mornava.
Mornava. Okay, it's my own handwriting's fault. Middle daughter is, it says Slither. Oh no, Scytheria.
Slytheria. Yep.
Slytheria, the Silent.
Oh, this one's gonna get funny.
Yeah, middle daughter is Slytheria, the Silent.
Why is Buckle turning red?
She's the one who bit me.
Youngest
Slytheria?
daughter is Placemia.
What?
Plasemia.
It brings us to the next tier of leadership.
We were
Is
Yeah,
it?
calling her
it's not placenta.
It's close.
Placemia.
All right, so you've done a good row. Let's get another volunteer. Trip, why don't you go over the elder houses? So Scruffles, to give you an idea of the pecking order, the Prince Regent and his family is at the very, very tippy top. Like, his entire family, they have sway over everybody else. Next in line would be the elder houses, of which there are 5. And we're not going to go into, like, all the different names of all the members of those houses, just the house name.
There's Kendrick.
Spelled thusly.
Ooh, Drip's going off the top of his head.
There's Bugurish.
Nope. That's not
I
one
don't know
of
how
them.
to say it.
Not even close.
There's, I don't know. It was a bunch of weird words.
Ammo, you want to help him out? I know
Yeah.
you got these written down.
Mm-hmm.
So you got Kendrick, spelled in the goofy way.
There was also House Clybestia, spelled Clybestia.
You don't have
I
to
don't
worry
think-
about spelling them. I'm going to copy paste
Oh,
them
you've
in
got
the
'em? Okay.
thing so she
House-
can copy paste it.
House Gravicine, House Porthonos, and the last one is Muertavuli. Is it Vuli? Or did I say that wrong?
I think it's Mortavali.
It's
What?
Vulli,
Muertavuli.
so I'm not sure.
Okay.
Vulai.
Vulai in the morning.
It's just my bad handwriting's fault.
The population is 70% slaves.
Yeah.
There's the cloisters are like your sort of job things, or like your.
Yeah, I'll give her a description on the cloisters.
It's worth noting that a Kendrick has always sat on the throne of the Moonshine Isles.
Pretty much always, yes. So there might be some tie-in to the Moonshine Isles there. You're not really sure.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the elder houses. So the 5 houses together kind of rule a council. They're kind of the next step down. So in terms of like modern day government, like the best way I would describe it is they would kind of be almost like a parliament or senate. So there is a little bit of checks and balances there. Like the ruling house, Noctamania, is absolutely at the very tippy top, but if the other 5 elder houses wanted to, they could blast them out of the water. And Scruffles, you could probably answer this next one for yourself. What do pinkies tell you in this environment, or lack
Oh,
thereof?
if you're noble or not. Which one was it? The left pinky?
Left
If
pinky
you didn't
means
have a
what?
pinky, meant you're noble. Or is it the other way around? Right pinky? Yeah, this is my right hand.
Use your words.
Dang.
You didn't say, is it left or right pinky means you're noble when it's cut off.
You tell
Huh?
me.
Right.
My fucking gosh. Right, thank you, Trip. Jesus Christ.
I thought you would have remembered that one.
I
told
did.
you
I
that
just
a
didn't
while ago.
remember was it left or right.
Yeah, I don't have that note anywhere either. I'm kind of glad I didn't get called on for that one.
All right, and now for the kids who don't want to volunteer.
I can do the cloisters.
Damn it! That's the thing I remember.
All right, well, how about each of you does a cloister, because there's 5 of you and there's 5 cloisters. Sound good?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, so Ewok, we'll start with you. You can tell Scruffles all about the Cloister of the Blood.
One side note, though, if a vampire is not missing his pinky, it's a sign of being very powerful.
Because they were around before that whole thing happened.
The Cloister of Blood is the highest ranking cloister. That's where the Prince Oximus's family is, right?
Well, his wife and oldest daughter are members of the Cloister of Blood.
Okay. Wait, I thought which one was?
Here, real quick, I'll
Oh,
just
middle
go over
daughter,
this again. Cloisters determine one's role in the Republic general citizenry and is secondary in importance to family name. The ruling and elder houses are the chief political power and are not always cloistered, nor are they forbidden from being so.
It's almost like their job.
The Cloister of the Blood is like the priests and priestesses, their primary deity of worship being Leviatar, much like the rest of the Empire. But there are also many other vampiric and evil deities represented in their cities.
Okay.
Who's next?
Let's do Buckle.
You know what the next cloister?
Cloister of the Shadows, please.
Primarily military and spies, reports to the House Council directly, and Slytheria the Silent is among their top assassins.
She's the one who bit me.
She is the one a bit ammo.
Okie dokie, next.
Next, we've got Cloister of the Serpent. So, Trip, why don't you tell her about the Cloister of the Serpent?
Damn it, I know this. Fang is the nobodies. They're the builders.
Incorrect.
No, what? Are they the
Help him out, Ammo.
police? Oh, Lash was the police.
Lash is the police.
Spellcasters.
That is correct. Cloister of the Serpent are the many varieties of arcane spellcasters, from bards to warlocks, wizards, and everything in between. Joey, why don't you go ahead and tell her about the Cloister of the Lash?
Sure, that is the police force, and I have in quotes, or interrogators.
Mm-hmm.
Basically the Popo, 5-0, you know.
They are the domestic guard force and jailers of criminals.
Yes.
They maintain the general public order, investigate reports on other citizens, and jail and punish those found guilty.
The Fuzz.
And since you didn't remember the last one, you can do Cloister of the Fang, Trip.
They're the shitheads. Basically everyone else.
Yep, it's kind of a catch-all for like merchants.
So
Basically,
it's the Hufflepuff of the cloisters.
kind of, yeah. They're the
Really?
general citizens of the realm. They may aspire to power through wealth and influence, but will never gain the same respect or power as any of the other cloisters. Those who don't join another cloister and either prove themselves to have no desire to excel in business or another trade are treated horribly, and many leave Vinland for a slightly less oppressive life in the other nations of the Empire. As such, they are also generally viewed with suspicion and loathing by their countrymen. They're kind of the peons, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And there was like a little special blurb I gave about the Fang, if anybody would like to chime in there.
Former Fangs are the ones that are attacking the Empire right now.
Very good, very good. Recent stories from far reaches of the Empire tell of a renegade force of former Fangs, as they are known, engaging in military strikes against the Empire. Estimates of their numbers run from dozens to hundreds, but with more and more reports happening, the powers that be are finding their actions increasingly harder to obfuscate or hide. So you may have some allies that you don't know about yet. Or at least, the enemy of my enemy is my friend type of thing.
Okie dokie.
Alright. So, you're in Port Noctum. The entire country is called Vinland. And who remembers what the capital city of this republic is?
Nam.
Blackhold. And
No.
Vinham.
Venom.
which is Vynnham. Not to be
Black holes.
confused with Stareham.
The capital of the whole empire.
So Venom is just the capital of the Vinland.
Mm-hmm. And do you guys remember anything about the capital?
It's a necropolis.
Mm-hmm.
It contains the Fountain of Thorgonus, or the Progenitor Victoris, I believe.
That is incorrect.
Oh,
No.
What you just
That's it.
referenced is in Port Noctum.
okay. All right.
That's the fountain, right?
That is the fountain. We'll get to that in a minute.
Nothing alive is allowed within Venom. And it is left primarily autonomous to govern itself, both Venom and Vinland.
Yeah, the north is the main marketplace.
So wait, if nothing alive is allowed there, is it just vampires?
It is a necropolis. Necropolises only allow undead things within.
So we're kind of... It's not cool for a lot of us to be there, which is why we got
Is that how it
disguises.
works?
But
I
that's
go
Venom.
there.
That's not Port Noctum.
No, that's Venom.
So anyway, that was just kind of like a side blurb. You guys might glean more information about the capital depending on where it is you go in the city and stuff like that. But Port Noctum is like the Los Angeles, the New York City, the main trade hub of Vinland. And in regarding to slaves, it is also what?
Totes for slaves.
It's like where all the trading happens.
Where you buy them.
Mm-hmm. There is a massive slave market, and it is where most slaves are processed and sold within. Well, they probably have the most sales of slaves and processing of slaves throughout the entire empire, and certainly in the Republic of Vinland. So, I did give you guys some landmarks in the city and their general locations. We'll go back to Joey for this one, because he was a little confused. This is in the center of Port Noctum. It is the Fountain of Thargonus. And what can you tell Scruffles about this fountain?
Not much. Besides that, it's also possibly referred to as the Progenitor Victoris. I don't know, my notes get pretty sloppy at this point.
I can tell you.
Me too. Because we're
Alright.
keeners, apparently.
Buckle, go ahead.
It is a fountain of blood, and atop this fountain, which shows, which is Thargonus, in his hand is a living, beating heart that is pumping out blood into the fountain.
And what can you tell her about the heart?
That it's living and beating. Oh,
And
and it's larger, probably the heart of a giant, but we don't know for sure.
Yeah, maybe if you see it firsthand, you'll be able to make a roll and be like, oh, of course that's the heart of a giant. I've cut one out myself. You know, like that type of thing. But
Does it have to keep being replaced, or is it
nope, it just constantly
always nice and
is
fresh?
spewing out blood. And what I put in quotes there, the Progenitor Victorious, that's kind of the title of the fountain. You know, like how a work of art might have a descriptive title. That's what it is called, the Progenitor Victorious. So, like, the locals might refer to it, instead of saying, oh, go to the Fountain of Thargonus, it'll be, I'll meet you at the Progenitor. Something like that. So that's why I included that. Joey, what can you tell her about the market?
Well, it's in the north.
Do you remember what it's called?
Oh, I know the south is the Grand Judicus, which is the prison and courthouse. I don't know what the marketplace is called, no.
Center
Alright.
Square.
Sinners Square.
Yeah, Center,
Center
Square.
Square?
What was the market in the south called?
The one in the south is not a market.
Yeah, it's a prison and courthouse. It's called the Grand Judicus. And there might be some other things that I didn't write down.
Okay.
All right, and just to give you an idea of the layout of the city, you are currently in Scumtown, which is the lowest tier of the city. It's pretty much like right at water level. It's a swampy, shitty marshland shanty town. That's essentially where the slaves live. The slave market is there.
What's it called again?
Scumtown.
Spelled how it sounds.
Mm-hmm.
Okie dokie.
The next tier up would be like the bulk of the city. That's where you're going to find the Fountain of Thargonis, Cinder Square, the Grand Judicus, all the different shops and things like that. That's all going to be included on the main tier. And then up above that is the highest tier, which is where the noble houses and the elder families, where the noble ruling house and the other elder houses live. So they have like their palaces set up at the very tippy top. And that's in order of elevation as well. So like in order to get into the city, you have to take a lift up from Scumtown, right? Makes sense? And then in order to get to the palace level, you would have to take another lift up. At the very base of that lift, going up to the palaces, that's where the Grand Judicus is, down at the bottom. And so the prison is set underneath the palaces, essentially.
Okie dokie.
Picking up what I'm putting down?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Did I forget anything, guys? Do you guys have anything written down that we did not cover?
Besides our like various disguises, no, that's everything.
No, we'll go into that next, and then Scruffles, you can kind of figure out where you want to fit into all that.
Okay.
So we'll start with, because like several of the players kind of opted to have their alter ego or their disguise persona kind of fit together. So Trip, let's start with you. Who's your alter ego, and what disguise do you have, if any?
Rash, Blight Bat, and I am a slave.
You're gonna want to write these names down, Scruffles.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's not
Trip.
cool to like call us like
Brash?
Rash. Like I got a rash.
Like Scalamens.
Rash Blight Bat?
Yes. And I'm just a slaver from the Underdark.
But you still look the same?
Yep.
Okay.
Because nondescript Dro.
Yeah, he didn't need to change his appearance. Dro, they're not necessarily common in the city, but you'll see them occasionally. They're one of the major, slaver societies of the Underdark, between them and the Durgar. And the Durgar just kind of generally take slaves. Like, they don't really involve themselves in the selling of them too much. They're just kind of like, mine! And then they hand you a pickaxe and they say, mine! Get it? Because they're dwarves. Ha ha! Broke her already. And also, Smoke, thank you very much for that host, dude, and Benzyme as well. Make sure you guys are getting your hosts in. And I don't know if he's here, but apparently I got a sub before we even started today. Let's see if I can get it to repeat. I can! Sherbs, I don't know if you're here, dude, but thank you very much for that sub, man. I really appreciate it. If one of my mods could give a shout out for Orange Sherbet, please. Good friend of mine, amazing streamer, quality fucking guy.
Oops. I know what I'm doing.
Definitely check him out. Alright, so Trip, you got your backstory pretty well explained. There's not a whole lot to it. You can pretty much be yourself for the most part without drawing too much suspicion to yourself. Like, you're kind of the safest one here, right? Like, you don't have to worry as much, quite as much as everybody else. Like, obviously you're gonna want to keep your backstory straight, and stuff like
a
that.
child-looking person not raise suspicion around here.
Well, we'll get to Scruffles last, which will include what her disguise is. So Ewok, your character now looks a bit different.
My character now looks like a kobold named Thatch, and Mr. Blightbat is my owner, and I get to sleep in the good house. I keep the other kobold slaves in line.
Thatch.
Yes.
All right. And moving right along, we've got Ammo. Actually, we can skip you now if you're nomming. We can come back to you.
No, it's okay.
You're just wolfing. You're like hurrying up. You're like, oh God, he's gonna call on me. But, whenever you're ready.
My character's name is Sarah Janus, Sara, and Janus. I am a cleric of Asmodeus, and I really don't have to wear any sort of disguise because I'm already a vampire. I'm just wearing some fancy Vinnish jewelry that the more wealthy families might wear, but other than that, I pretty much look the same, and I don't really have to disguise who I am or what I am much, because, you know,
You're a vampire.
I'm a vampire.
Exactly.
And clerics of Asmodeus are a thing here, so.
You might turn some heads because you're like, you were a Genasi, right? Before you were a vampire. Genasi are
probably don't look much
pretty
like-
rare. But
Yeah.
they kind of might not even know to like put two and two together and be like, oh, she was a Genasi before she was turned. You might just look like a really ugly vampire to them. Also considering that you're missing part of your face.
Yep. Which I will probably be continuing to wear like a scrap piece of cloth over my face. At least the lower part, so it's like just my eyes are showing. The one thing I was gonna ask though, I don't know if anyone there will know who I am just from seeing me. I'm guessing what's her name? Slithia? Whatever her
Slytheria.
name is. Slytheria would probably recognize me if she saw me.
She would
But-
100% recognize you if she saw you. Even being in close proximity to her, she would know that you're there.
So I don't know if that's gonna cause problems. Because I'm assuming she also probably knows what we've been doing.
Right, but also keep
As of
in
who I
mind
am.
also keep in mind what do you guys know about some of the players that you've already met. Like, you know Prince Rinjin Oximus, you've fought against him during the crossover episode. So, very, very likely that both of his sons, which are like his head generals, were with him. And Slytheria, you remember her being in, on the other side of the continent, basically. And just what you guys learned from the crossover episode. It doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of the noble house in the city at this time. So that'll work in your favor. At least a good chunk of the noble, like the ruling house, they're off doing things. They're not always in the city. And granted, I mean, they're powerful enough that they could probably get back here quickly if they needed to, but as far as you know, at least the Prince Regent, his twin sons, and middle daughter are all gone from the city at this time.
So provided that we don't run into his wife or any of the rest of his immediate family, no one else here may know who I am just by seeing me. So might just walk past people's and they'll
And
won't
since you're
know any
covering your
different.
face, like, vampires will know that you're a vampire. Like, they'll kind of be able to sense that about you. But as far as, like, general citizens, like Joe Schmo on the street, like, he's probably not gonna know, you know, if he's not a vampire, he's probably not gonna know that you are one because you're, you know, masking your face, he can't see your fangs. You're just gonna look like a cleric of Asmodeus to those type of people.
really
And-
weird looking cleric of Asmodeus.
And tying in with her backstory, at least a little bit, Buckle.
Moderately.
Moderately.
Garrett is posing as Tarek Ma, paladin of Asmodeus, originally coming from Care Nightshade, which is
Tareg?
Tareg, Tareg, which is the very clever Garrett backwards, because that's how clever Garrett is. It drops 2 letters, but it gets the job done. He was trained early on as a soldier, and he comes from Care Nightshade, which is a city just outside of Vinland, but very close to the border. So it's elsewhere in the Empire where humans are common. And Care Night. Go ahead.
Sorry, you were a paladin of Asmodeus?
Yes.
Paladin?
Chosen for the interactions and the fact that it ties in well with the trickster Ammo over here, who just revealed to us that she is in cahoots with Asmodeus.
Cahoodlin.
Yeah, they didn't know until fairly recently. However, so far, Asmodeus has not asked anything whatsoever of me, and I very thoroughly asked him lots and lots of questions about possible strings attached to getting my powers back, and he was basically like, here, have them back. And I'm like, okay. Does that mean I'm gonna have to do things for you? He didn't say I had to. And that if I wish to terminate my contract, I could. So far so good.
After brutally
I didn't have
murdering
anyone whispering
Mickey
in my
because of
ear
his
telling me to
association
kill
with
Garrett.
Asmodeus.
For his attempt primarily to re-curse Garrett after already breaking
He
the curse
decided
by
not to
cutting
do
his
that.
face off. He didn't decide not to. He lunged at Garrett. He
Well, then he
lunged.
decided not to.
Look at all this
He didn't decide not
infighting.
to. He lunged.
I know. Look at what.
But like I
See what
said-
happens when you leave. Everything goes to the cats, right,
He
Blue?
didn't try very
I
hard.
didn't have a voice telling me that I should kill Garrett.
Well,
So
I don't know.
far I really haven't had any communications with Asmodeus since he gave me my powers back anyway. So
Something you missed, Scruffles, was that when we fell into the pit and came back, I don't think you were there for falling into the pit. Mickey and Garrett had a 5-foot beard joining one another and,
Right,
cutting it off.
So
didn't
one
work.
beard, but attached to both of their faces.
I got it, yeah.
Yep.
So Garrett cut his face off to be free of the curse.
Shing.
And he got,
And
like,
when I rolled it, he made me roll a save in order to actually go through with it. I rolled double nat 20s in the save and just went, fuck! and dropped it.
yeah,
So do you not have half a face?
Oh no, I just land hands it back.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's the only time I've ever rolled double nat 20s, and I don't care. It's the best.
And your character
and
is just
then
like,
That was a strong roll. That was a really strong RP roll. Because essentially what I was trying to establish is it's not just a simple task. Like, mechanically speaking, sure, it might be a simple enough task to carve the lower half of your face off, but actually having the willpower to do it and to steady yourself, like, that was the biggest question. Like,
and of course it'd be on a
sure,
roll
you might be able to
minus-
convince yourself, but you might falter once you start cutting and botch it up and not go through with it. All right.
And then what did Mickey try to do? He took the end of the beard that had Garrett's face skin still attached to it and like lunged at him trying to put it back on his face.
That's the
That-
one you're talking about?
Yes, that's the lunge I'm talking about.
Oh,
And that
you
was
pussy.
And so I grabbed his horn and I snapped it off.
the catalyst finally
as
to
he's
set it all
trying to
off.
teleport away.
Yeah, but I didn't have
Right, I
anything
forgot
bad
about
happen to
that.
me. I was fine.
Yeah. That was finally the thing that tipped it over and decided that Mickey was done with this party. We didn't drop
we
him over
were
the
done
edge
with Mickey,
because Garrett
either
was going
way.
to do that.
So
Nyloth was just like eating a box of.
ultimately what ended
Mushroom
up
popcorn.
happening is he did this, tried to teleport away using the magic in his horn bestowed by Asmodeus, which Ammo promptly ripped off of his head, shattering it in the process as he was teleporting, and he ended up being somewhere he did not expect. So Mickey is not dead, but he is currently off the board.
Very far off.
And now Danderfluff and Garrett have a Mickey rule. It's for the party. And
The
new
Mickey
guy,
rule.
I think he's got 2 checks.
Yeah.
No, 3 because he got it put back on because he stopped being a paladin of Moander.
Hey,
No,
what-
that he had a
what-
half,
separate
and then I
checklist.
made the full half.
Don't tell him what he could check and not check. Come on.
But before moving on, we're getting a little
I'm
sidetracked.
his owner.
Buckle, why don't you go ahead and physically describe how Garrett looks now?
Very similar to how he normally looks. He's an Alaskan male, so he's got pale skin already, dark hair already. But he has grown out his facial hair a bit into, of course, the evil goatee, right? So the full thing. His hair's gone shaggy, and instead of the not necessarily gleaming, because it was what the hell is this plate armor? It's that earth plate armor. He's now looks like a death knight, and prominently displayed as a holy symbol of Asmodeus embossed into the chest rather than that of Tyr. His symbol of Tyr is tucked down underneath.
Okie dokie.
And he's also missing a piece of equipment that Scruffles.
Oh no,
yeah,
yeah.
I was there
It never
for
came
that.
back. It
Oh.
never came back.
No.
It's gone forever.
Bye bye,
It's gonna meteor out of the sky at some point.
Yeah,
and kill
like 2
something.
years from now, we're all gonna be playing a different game, and just someone's gonna get killed.
When it's long forgotten about, I will bring it back, and it's just gonna fall out of the sky randomly.
Mickey tried to save it. Then
We'll
you
be
killed
like in the middle of a desert somewhere, and he'll be like, so and so, deck
Tried and
save.
failed.
It'll be in a Call of
him.
Cthulhu
Right,
game.
that's all that matters.
It's like what was that
Just
show where the
random
people
deck save
played
out of
as
nowhere.
reapers, where they're like dead? Was it Dead Like Me? And she was killed by the toilet seat from Mirror. That's what it's gonna
Yeah.
be.
It'll be fun. So yes, his backstory is he was trained at Care Nightshade, which may also sound familiar to you, Scruffles, slightly.
Does, yes. I don't know why though.
I'll give you a hint. Dawn of the Darkwalker. This is meta information. Like, it's not something that Evelyn would know.
No, it's what's her tits would know. Don't even remember my character's
So
name.
the word care, like Caer, that's what
C-A-E-R, yeah.
that's what the folk on Moonshine refer to as their castles. So like,
Which one was it? The one up north?
that would be
like,
Kaer
on the
Morhe.
coast?
Yes.
Was it the one we were last at?
No,
Where
that
Where
was
was
you were heading towards there at the when we ended it. Like Kaer Morhe
Oh.
is like the main castle on that island.
Right.
So Kaer basically means castle, and you're used to, you've seen it spelled with a C. This is spelled with a K. There might be again a bit of tie-in there, but you don't know yet.
Gotcha.
I bet it has nothing to do with the Kendricks.
And again, that's meta information. Like that's not something that Evelyn would know. I don't think. I don't think she's ever been to the Moonshines. That's kind of up to you.
Maybe. She's traveled a buck ton.
Also, you guys have now exited the abyss and are now in Scumtown, where you have met Joey's new character, but also your your contact, the squat toad-like humanoid. Who remembers his name?
Grack.
That is correct.
And he's got a shrine to something that begins with an M that I can't remember. It's like a weird goblin-y deity. Yes?
Moander?
Buckle knows.
It's something. Begins with an M.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oubliette.
The goblinoid
Yeah.
god, often
I
revered
think I
by
read it.
hobgoblins.
Is he a
Goblins,
hobgoblin?
hobgoblins, bugbears.
Maglubiet.
He's a giant toad person.
It makes me think of oubliette.
Toad person. Okay.
Doesn't
it's
Oubliette
not.
mean dungeon?
Oubliette
dark
is a
hole.
form of dungeon, yes.
It's
It
the
means-
French word for dungeon.
It's a French word for forgotten.
Yes.
I forget there was a show that was using D&D but it couldn't use the copyright, so it called it Ogres and Oubliettes.
That works.
I kind of like
That's
that.
a clever writer. Yeah.
Ogres and Oubliettes.
So to give you a bit of context on the scene, Grack has kind of laid out all these different maps and documents on the desk, and that's how you guys are gleaning all this information about Vinland. He's the one providing you all this, so that's where all your notes are coming from.
Okie dokie. Who am I gonna be?
Well, that's something that you should start thinking about, but your disguise is that you now have fangs.
Oh.
That was... Remember, Asmodeus had given everybody a gift?
Oh, right. I look like a vampire now. I remember that.
You do look like a vampire now.
Do I look... I'm still a kid, though. I look like
That
a
is
kid.
correct.
So maybe I'm
You
like
could be my
Ammo's
kid.
daughter. Yeah.
My adoptive kid.
Ma'am! That sounds good.
Well,
So
I mean,
I
you
would
wouldn't
be
have to.
something Janice.
Janus. Yeah.
Janus.
Janus.
Name me,
Janus.
Mom.
Although,
Name
you wouldn't have to necessarily be adoptive, because, like,
I wouldn't...
Genasi
Yeah, we can
can
just
have
pretend...
human-looking children.
Your
Yeah.
name should be like Destiny. Or something.
Destiny
name is
Janus.
Sarah, S-A-R-A. What's your, I don't know, pick a
Evelyn.
favorite name? Eva. There you go.
Eva.
Eva.
Okay. Eva Janus.
That sounds funny.
You sound funny.
Well, because you've got Va going into Janus. Vajanus.
Yeah, that's why it sounds funny.
It sounds like if you mixed.
She's got her
Those two things
Eva
together.
Janus. It's electronic.
It's like
It's in the cloud. It's in the cloud.
And my new
so-
character.
Anyway.
Yep, go ahead and please introduce your character. Physical description as well as what role are you going to be playing in this party? What's your disguisiness?
Right. Well, my name is Robiathan. I am a black dragonborn, a paladin of the Lord's lawful good variety. I praise Lathander. I'm some odd feet tall, 6'8". I weigh about 290 pounds, got red eyes, black scales, and I'm from the dirty south. I'm disguised as a squire of Asmodeus, under the guise and jurisdiction of Garrett Reeves, primarily for military training purposes. I am bequesting of the group that they help me escape from this dreadful place.
Who is Grack then?
Our
he's
informant.
an NPC.
Oh, for some reason it sounded like you were saying Joey was Grack.
Now, I'm Robiathan, but my character is currently being called a Restero. Yes, a preacher. I look like a preacher. I've got a preacher's robe over my now solely dirtied Lathander branded armor.
Well, now it's Asmodeus branded because Grack fixed it up for you.
Yep, muddied it up. But he's very, very rigid. Not very, doesn't know, he's not like Garrett. You know, he's not softened up. Or not lax like Garrett. He's very rigid.
Indeed, indeed.
Lax. Okay.
I didn't know what word to use. I don't know. Close enough.
It's okay, Robiathan. It's alright.
Well, I mean, I didn't mean to offend you.
All right, so Scruffles, is there anything that you would like to ask, like as far as out of character, anything that you're confused about as far as what we've gone over thus far?
I don't know. You made a big deal about like telling me stuff that won't get me killed.
Right.
Was it pretty
that's-
much just learning everybody's names, coming up with my alias?
Right, and you're going to want to make sure that you stick to that. You know what I mean? When you're out and about, you're not going to call him Garrett, you're going to call him Terrig.
Right.
I like Mr. Maw.
Don't forget to call me Mom.
Mr. Maw.
Lord Maw.
Mother.
Shut up, Mr. Maw. Stupid
Oh.
human.
Mm-hmm.
And Clementine still looks the same, right?
She does still look the same. Unless you would like her to look different, that's kind of up to you.
No, I'm just gonna tell her to
You can have her
remain
have little
inanimate
things
as
too
possible.
if you want.
Oh, that'd be adorable. Yeah. I mean, she already kind of does have fangs when she bites.
So, Terrig Maw, should I call you Lord Maw as well?
Well, I'd suppose you better. He is your lord. You're his
I'm asking
squire.
him.
It would be severely irregular for you to not go through the normal what's the word I'm looking for? Not ceremony, but similar. What the fuck is the word I'm looking for? Help! Help! Scruffles, help!
I don't know. You just started
I'm
saying
thinking.
shit.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I was.
Etiquette, yes. That
There we
etiquette
go.
is perfect. Thank you, Dust.
Pleasantries.
And he was saying that in character. Talk.
Also,
No, that-
let's get some love up in chat, please, for Mr. Kooky Canuck. Coming in with a 6-month resub. Much love to you, brother. Much love. Throw up them L's. Thank you. Scruffles all over it. That's what you should name your character. Eva all over it. I'm all over it. You know, like Johnny all over it.
Mm-hmm.
Pantera home videos? No?
Nope.
Never seen them? They're fucking
Nope.
hilarious. Fucking Dime, he gets like these goggles on and like all this equipment, calls himself Johnny all over it. I'm all over it!
Now, Lord Maw, can I have your ear for a moment?
Mm-hmm.
How do you suggest that we proceed from this point?
I believe we discussed going to the slave markets.
That sounds good to me.
Unfortunately, we're going to need to rely on Nyloth. Or Rash. Because he's the only one who can speak Far Common.
I have picked up a few
Yep.
phrases.
I also know a little bit, but not enough.
I know enough to find the bathroom. Nothing more.
Though, you may have a spell, Scruffles, I don't know if you took Comprehend Languages or not. I'm pretty sure that's a bard spell, isn't it?
As Buckle mentions the bathroom, I
have
just motion to all around us.
Ooh,
Well-
I have a question. If I ever used my radiant consumption, would people be like, wait a minute?
It depends. It really depends on the situation.
Okay. I was just wondering.
In front of like the general population, like kind of people that you would find just kind of walking around on the streets, they probably wouldn't pay too much mind to it. It would just look like curative magic or whatever it's called. Or no, that's your AoE attack, isn't it?
Yeah, that's my AoE attack. It's where I levitate and glow.
Yeah, I
one
mean,
were
you
you
definitely
again?
make a spectacle of yourself, but it might not out you.
Okay.
But if
I
you
just
were
mean,
in the
like, if we were
presence
in,
of
like,
like
a
one of the
fight.
noble houses or something like that, you're probably gonna want to keep that on the down low.
Okay.
Your
yeah,
celestial
and-
Where are
birth.
you?
I make sure to bring, or to wear my pendant that Asmodeus gave me, like, outside.
All right.
Did you ask what kind of asthma
In
am
which
I?
domain were you?
Scourge.
Isn't that one the one that looks like fucking metal though? Like you got like bone wings and shit.
No, this is... No, that's what Ammo's was. I feel like. Wait, maybe that was something else. No, this is just, like, light.
Oh, okay, because the one I was in the
Because it's
previous
divine
one was
energy.
Like, it's like bones and shit.
What's the other one? It's when I get all glowy and light pours out of my mouth and eyes.
Yep.
It's pretty cool. I used it once. It was awesome.
Yeah, I would say your character would kind of know to keep that on the down low. It's not something you're going to want to pop out unless you have to.
Okay.
Just on the off chance, you know what I mean, that somebody actually knows what that is.
Mhm.
So,
Sorry for the tangent. Just wondering.
not a problem. This, like I said, this is the time for asking questions, you know what I mean? So, if there's anything that you're curious about, feel free to ask. Also, Ewok, you didn't get to answer too much, but maybe you can tell Scruffles a bit about the weather.
It's hot and shitty.
Okay.
And also,
I don't remember.
Very cloudy.
very cloudy.
I've got
It's
a
still
whole
green
different
clouds?
weather thing in my head because flying vaginas happened.
Because I can take my goggles off now and it's nice.
Oh.
Because vampires, daylight, vampire city.
Is it green? Are the clouds green?
They are not. If you go and look outside, you see that there's a steady kind of drizzle happening. It's fairly constant in the city. Very, very dark clouds, and you can also make a perception check. This is kind of like backtracking, like I'm sure you would kind of like look outside to get an idea of your surroundings. Yeah, it just looks like surging clouds overhead that are just completely blocking the sun. So it never really gets bright here either. Like there's some kind of ambient light from the sun behind the clouds, but not really. It's pretty much going to be dark everywhere you go in this place.
Okie dokie.
Well, then I say we should proceed.
And in fact, everybody give me perception checks, because there was one piece of information that I did not remember to include last week.
Can I do another one, or is that just...
No, you're keeping your 7. Sorry.
Also, what's our, like, main goal for being in Vinland? I totally forget.
Gather information.
Right. The old dude told us to do that. My main goal is completely different. I don't think I've told you guys that.
We're all aware
Wait.
of your main goal. You were there when you were like, I have to get there because my aunt's
Oh.
there. Blah, 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 blah.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Trip. You have superior dark vision, correct?
Yes.
Yes, because you're Drow. If any of you have
Yeah.
superior dark vision, you're rolling with advantage, so make another roll, Trip. I don't think anybody else has superior dark vision.
No, I just have dark vision.
Okay. So Danderfluff and Robiathan, looking out at the clouds overhead and generally kind of gauging the weather, you notice that there's something very odd about those clouds and the way that they're moving. And then you realize that it's not just clouds, that there are also swarms of insects and bats up in the clouds also helping to obscure the sunlight.
So, as Danderfluff, who liked to be in plays in her youth and is a character actor, is now going to whisper to Nyloth what she just saw, because she doesn't want to speak in front of everyone.
And once it's pointed out, you can see the telltale signs of insect swarms up there. Like you can kind of catch their movement now that he points it out.
Well, now I'm just happy that we don't have much of a mosquito problem around here.
Maybe vampires aren't so bad.
Oh shit, thank you very much, Sippy Tango, for that big ol' host. Welcome, everybody. Can we get a shout out for Sippy Tango, please, from one of my mods? Great streamer, definitely check him out. Very, very entertaining. Playing the forest, nice.
Does Nyloth say that out loud?
Yes.
I turn to him and just be like, "That's what I've been trying to tell you."
This is the most beautiful thing he's ever seen.
I just give you a creepy, toothy grin to show my fangs, and I'm like, "That's what I've been trying to tell you."
Why would anyone not want to live here?
And AJ Tastic, thank you also for the host, as well as Scudpunk. Can we get some shout outs for them as well, please? Very great to
smell
see you
bad
guys
to them
tonight.
anyway.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Maw.
Yeah, I mean, Robiathan notices the shit in the sky, but like he's been here for a while. He doesn't.
Yeah.
Has no reason to point it out. Sky looks mighty devilish
like,
today.
it was kind of just like a blurb that I had made a note of in the wrong spot, and that's why I forgot to mention it. So I don't know what importance or play your characters might have off of that. I just wanted you to have the information.
Now I say, Rash. Do I refer to you as Sir Rash, Lord Rash, Bum Rash?
Just Rash.
As you command it. Now I say we proceed.
Well, before you do, I'm going to give you guys some experience for helping me do note giving for El Capitan. So everybody, this includes you too, Scruffles,
Ooh.
take
I leveled.
250.
What? She
Wait,
comes
did you
back
say
from a 3-week break and levels?
Level to what? It better be 5. All right, cool.
Did you say two?
Yeah, that was about to be
250.
Okay. Getting closer to level 6.
And did you really just level?
I did.
All right, well let's get your leveling stuff
Wait,
out
did
of the
you
way,
just get to
shall we?
level 5?
What's level 6?
So far behind. 14,000.
14,000.
I'm at 13.
Yeah, I know, I just hit level
100.
5.
Do that sound again.
150 XP above you.
All right.
Okay, so let's go through it in order. We'll do your hit points first.
Oogie oogie.
So it's going to be 5 plus your Constitution modifier.
2. So.
Yeah, while
7.
she's leveling.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, no problem.
Okay.
Let's see. And you are 5th level now. So your Bardic Inspiration is now a D8 instead of a D6. Like the die they get to roll is a D8 instead of a D6 now.
I don't know where I had that written down. Inspo. A D8?
Yep.
1D8. Okay.
You also get Font of Inspiration.
Font of inspiration.
This
is that
is
just in the thing? I can
This
just
is in the
copy paste
compendium.
it?
You can just copy pasta it from there. It basically means you get your expended uses of Bardic Inspiration when you finish a short or long rest. So you no
cool.
longer have to long rest to get your Bardic Inspiration uses back. You get them back on a short rest. So fucking toss them out, you know? It's like one of the strongest parts of your class as a bard.
Cool.
And also, you can now cast 3rd level spells.
Sick.
So your spell slots are different now. You learn an additional spell, so you should have 8 spells known once you learn your new one.
I have 8 right now.
I think I gave you an extra one, so it'll go up to 9.
Yeah. That was fine familiar, yeah.
And you get 2 3rd level spell slots.
Hot diggity. So I have 2 3rd level spells. How many 2nd level spell slots?
Let's see. For 5th level, it is... You have 2 3rd level spell slots, 3 2nd level spell slots, and 4 1st level spell slots.
Sorry, wait. Do that again.
We'll start with 1st level and we'll go in order. So 1, 2, 3 level. 4, 3, 2.
4, 3, 2. Okay.
And you will have to pick a new spell that you know, which I am going to assume is going to be a 3rd level
Third.
spell.
Fuck yeah.
So if you have any questions, if you want any advice on what spell to take, I can help you there.
Can you link me a thing or tell me what to Google? Or would I just do like...
Just Google Bard 5e spells. And there's a bunch of different sites that you can go to. I don't necessarily promote one over another. I think they're all pretty standard.
Okie
But I'll give you a minute to look that over. And I don't think you get anything else for 5th level. Just new spells and your other stuff.
Pigeon tongues would be pretty useful right now.
It sure would.
Now, I say we proceed.
Old Robbie's itching to get out in the world.
I've been cooped up in this here cage for too long. The lords want me to stretch my legs.
Does somebody have Dispel Magic? No?
And that magic is beyond my reach for.
I have it prepared right now, yes.
Oh, you
If
have
you,
Dispel Magic.
If you would like to speak with animals, got you.
If you want a misty step,
I kind of want to either get Fear, Dispel Magic, or Tongues.
tongues is a good one.
CC is always good.
Dog?
I'm just looking through your spell list.
Oh, okay.
Fear is really good, but it's also, like, very situational. You're probably not going to get a whole lot of use of that in this particular place.
Okay.
Most things that are undead tend to be resistant or immune to fear.
Oh, that's annoying.
Yes, so... And that's something that you would inherently know as an arcane spellcaster. That's not really meta information. You would have fought enough undead at this point to know that, you know, if something's mindless, you can't really make it afraid, that type of thing. And if it's a vampire, then they usually have strong resistances against magic in general, let alone fear. As far as usefulness, I would say tongues would be the most useful of those three, considering where you are right now.
Yeah, and I don't see any others that I particularly...
The other good thing about tongues is that you can cast it on other people and that it lasts for an hour.
Okay.
So
We'll
you
pick
could
tongues
cast it
then.
on yourself and be the main talker in the group, or you could cast it on somebody else and have them do the talking.
Guess he was getting it.
That would be me.
Not you, because you're single.
I already know the language if you don't want to waste this learning a
I
spell.
mean, do that mouth more often and you might not
Well,
be.
he knows some of the language.
God. Why
No,
did
I
I
know the
come
whole
back?
Because you missed me.
Dang, Parker.
Woo! No, that's what the mouth is for.
I say we proceed.
So what's it gonna be, Scruffles?
Took tongues.
Yeah, you did.
Shut up, Buckle.
Yeah, you did.
Oh,
Get a girl
God.
some tongues, would you?
I mean, I'm willing. I miss being
Report
side
to
at.
HR.
That was the main thing.
Somebody report him to HR.
Can we get an HR? That'd be great. Ariel!
She kind of
Fucking
is.
gross.
I'd like to file a complaint.
Last I checked, Variel likes me, so
You're
good
going.
luck.
You're going to
HR
have
has
to
to be-
submit a notarized form in triplicate,
I'm a licensed notary, so I'll do it for free.
a notary public.
Yep.
And thank you guys
Right.
very much for those follows as well, by the way. Sorry I didn't get to call everybody individually, but I'm actually getting really close to 3,000 followers, so that's fucking awesome, guys. Thank you very, very much. And I'm sorry, Scruffles, you were saying?
So I've got that last spell. Do I get any other, like, skills or anything?
Nope. You don't have remember this is 5th edition, so you don't have to worry about skill points or any of that crap. It'll just go up as your proficiency bonus goes up. Which is tied to your level on your character sheet, so make sure that that's accurate. Like on your character sheet where it says Bard and then the level, just make sure that that says 5.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, good. But your proficiency doesn't go up until, what is it, Joey? 8th, I think?
That was every 4th level.
Yeah, I want to say something more like that. Like I think 5th or 6th level it goes up to 4.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's like every 4 levels. I just think there's certain levels that it goes up.
Yeah, it's usually like a level after an ability score increase.
Yeah, usually in that vein. Hurt feelings report form.
She actually made one. There's an actual document out there that she made. She sends to people when they get upset.
That's awesome. Of course she does. Of course she does.
So, no more cantrips?
Nope. You should just make sure that you have the correct amount. I think you should know 3 or 4. You might have a racial one.
I think light was racial, yeah.
Yeah, light is racial, so you have a total of 4?
Yeah, I have a total of 4 cantrips.
Let me make sure that that's correct.
I want more spells. I feel so useless.
Use your bardic inspiration.
I do.
That's what it's for. Alright, let me just double check this real quick. Hold on. 5th level. Yes, you should know 4 cantrips, including your racial one. Because it's 3 for being a bard, and then you get your racial one for light.
Okie dokie.
Alright. So, is there anything else that you guys wanted to do before leaving this shack? Also, Scruffles, this was explained last time. This is kind of your safe haven in the city. Like, Grack obviously isn't going to sell you out because he would have to do so to himself in the process. It's very much like an underground railroad system of he finds slaves, sends them to the monastery, they get enlightened.
Now, Rebiathan, on the other hand, you don't know. I mean, it could be anywhere.
It's true. So,
why do you always gotta make your characters untrustworthy, Joey?
I'm not untrustworthy. I'm just sowing the seed of doubt.
Why do you always gotta sow the seeds of doubt?
Ewok's gonna get a fucking cramp in his hand just holding the pen over that little fucking checkmark card.
It's just Joey's
ready.
like face and overall demeanor.
Damn, harsh. Harsh.
I get it.
Alright, so last chance. Anything that you guys want to ask him, or there might be some items that he could provide you if asked?
I have one favor to bequest from you, Grack, if I could, please.
Yeah, sure.
Well, my first would be if you have any items that you can impart on us to help us in our journey. And the second would be if maybe we could get a nice meal before we left.
Oh, certainly.
To one or both of those questions.
Both.
Good. Thank you, Grack.
So, he starts rummaging around behind his counter. He pulls out a case, and then just lays a small box out for each of you.
I'll open my box.
And inside you find some fresh-looking rations.
Oh.
Yeah, take mine too.
Yeah, I'll take mine.
It's like a bento box, basically.
So I can just add another ration to my fucking thing.
Yeah, how many did we get?
You each got one.
So like one ration?
Mm-hmm. Okay. And as far as like other items, he kind of just like shows you the shelf, and it's like all basic like adventuring gear. So there's pretty much anything that's listed in the player's handbook, within reason.
I'll take a short bow, a quiver, and some arrows. Can I do that?
Sure.
Sweet.
I am
Take
very
a rope.
50
What do you
feet?
need stupid rope for?
What?
Charlie Bronton's got rope, and he's always using it.
Is that
When
how
did
you
John
go
Lennon get
for the
here?
rest of the travel?
That's
It's
my
my very,
ringo.
it's my very shitty Irish accent. That's
John
Boondock Saints.
Lennon.
John
Oh.
Lennon. Oh, is that right, Rambo?
John, what are you doing, John?
Top of the morning to you. Hef.
I'm grabbing a shield. If that wasn't obvious.
Okay. He does have a shield.
It's not animated though, right?
It is not, and it's
Is this your first time?
very
ever using a
mediocre
shield?
quality.
Lord Ma, do you not normally equip a shield?
Like,
Perhaps I
just
could give you a few pointers.
you would, having your background, you would be able to gauge the quality of the item pretty well. If you want, you can make an. Let's see. I think it would be nature would probably be the closest.
Are you attempting to tell me that this will break under heavy combat?
It might. Depends on what you roll.
I'll take my chances.
All right. Attaboy.
And look over to Leviathan as I, hoist the shield over my shoulder and just take my helm, just pop it on and do the buckles. Because my name's Buckle.
The buckles.
And I just look at you and then head towards the door.
Well, someone's being a quiet Kathy.
I'm gonna go to Evelyn. Can you do the thingy, the smell thingy?
Yeah, on what?
Make me smell bad. I think I smell too good.
Oh, okay. I press to digitate.
Cool.
And it's Eva.
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 All right, so you're taking 50 foot of rope. Is anybody else taking any items? He's
I
not
have
going
a
to
bag
charge
of
you
ball-
for them.
Is there a bag of ball bearings?
He does not have a bag of ball bearings now.
Okay.
Are there any, like, clothes to make me look more like ammo?
That you would have to like go to a shop for. Like
Oh,
you're
okay.
you're
Then I'll
in
just
like the
probably-
slums, right? So this is like if you put it into like you and me terms, this is like you're going to like a corner bodega in the hood. You know what I mean? Like they're gonna have some stuff, but not everything, and it's really not gonna be the best quality. So as far
all
as
like
like
Screen printed
appropriate
t-shirts.
clothing for a young vampiress, you would probably want to go to a shop for that. And actually
I mean, I
pay-
can probably just wear my regular traveling clothes. It's pretty much just like boots,
Yeah, I mean,
tunic.
that's fine.
Put my dress away. Can't wear that. Hide my parasol.
All right. And is there anything else that you guys would like to grab before leaving?
Can we say that I have like X amount of petty gold or something? Like,
Sure. Roll a d20.
yeah, bud.
You have 13 gold.
All right. Perfect.
They don't have their own currency, just gold.
They do have their own currency, and it's all been exchanged thanks to Grak.
Oh, okay.
So gold piece, like a gold piece is still a gold piece, but the ones you have now are like, it's got the royal seal of the ruling house on the back and probably a what is it called? Relief of Prince Regent on the front.
Okay.
So that was also a very important thing. And good question, Scruffles. Take 25.
Oh, okay.
25 XP for being ignorant.
Oh shit,
Wow.
Igman.
I'm salty that Scruffle's getting so much XP, Thog. I'm salty
That's the
about it.
funniest thing you've ever said, Joey. Bar none. It's the funniest thing.
Awesome, that's great. Well, now shall we proceed?
Just real quick, Ewok, Trip, Ammo, is there any mundane items that you would like to grab?
Well, do you
They're
have
lit.
healing
Oh, yeah,
potions
sorry,
at
okay,
all?
right.
I've got 2 healing potions, and I've got rope. I've got
But does he
grappling
have
hooks, torches, and stuff like
healing
that.
potions, Doc?
He might.
Can I get one? 2?
Depends on
5?
whether he's willing to part with them. Roll persuasion.
Please.
It's a pretty good persuasion. It's not great, but it's pretty good. He'll give each of you a potion of healing. Just regular potion of healing.
Nice. Oh, Greg, you are my second Lord and Savior.
What do
Oh.
those do?
I don't like to part with these, but you look like you'll need them. 2d4
1d8?
plus 2. Twice d4 plus twice.
Cool.
Tweece, whatever.
Does
Alright.
he have a thing of steel, wool, or cheese grater type piece of metal?
Sure.
Okay.
I'd say like a cheese grater type piece of metal would be more likely than steel wool, but yeah.
Okay.
Does he have salt?
He does.
I'll take some salt.
1 pound of salt.
And would it be fair to assume that I have like an adventurers or explorers pack?
It would be whatever you got with your starting equipment.
Okay, cool. Oh yeah, good. That's it for me.
Right on. But yeah, there's no like immediate like you guys have to leave right now. If you want to take a few minutes, think about it, go through the list. There's lengths of rope, hunting traps, things like that. A few bows, crossbows, things of that nature.
I'll follow Tarek Maw towards the door. Lord
Daggers,
Maw
short swords. Alright, so if you're ready, line up near the door, which is where Garrett is.
I'll take a final dagger.
Sure.
Actually, 2 if he'll let me.
Sure. They're not, and again, these are not great quality, but they're solid and they're sharp. You know, if you try prying a chest open with them, they might break, but as far as being used as a weapon, should work fine.
Unless I need to exorcise a demon, I won't be needing to do that.
Alright, so, Nyloth, Robiathan, you guys both ready? Line up
Yep.
near the door.
Oh, there we go. I wanna be next to Garrett or to Lord Maw.
I'd be standing next to Ammo, and he'd reach up and like take her hand. Let's go, mother.
One last thing before you go, says Grack. He pulls out one last box, lifts it open, and begins handing each of you a wooden stake.
Ooh.
Keep them hidden, for emergencies only.
So is it a wooden stake or a stake made of wood?
Oh.
Both.
Okay.
I am gonna tuck it into my boot so as to not have it near my chest, just in case. 'Cause,
That's
you
wise
know,
decision.
I push mine up my
Vampire.
left sleeve.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll see Lord Maw doing that. I'll do the same. As he is my
It
lord.
makes me just a little uneasy, but I'm gonna put it in my boot.
So, Trip, where are you going to hide yours? Just somewhere in your robes?
I guess,
On your back?
yeah.
That works. What about you, Scruffles?
I just put it in my bag.
Okay. And
My
you are?
staff's pointing at the end, so it's kind of redundant.
I'm
Right.
I was going to be carrying Nyloth's bags just to play it up.
Mm-hmm.
And I would have it in his bag
Okay, that's fine.
just in case we got stopped or something.
Not a problem.
Mister, have a question.
Sure. Go
Does
ahead.
holy water affect them?
I don't know. Roll Arcana.
No,
I think he's asking Grack.
Oh, you're asking in character.
Yes.
Well, they're undead. It'll do some damage to them, but it's not gonna, like, banish them to the abyss or nothing. And no, I haven't got any.
What about normal drinking water?
He points, like, over to, like, a small sink and tap kind of set into the side of the wall.
Fill up my water skin.
Yep, and as you open the valve, you can see that it's clean drinking water.
Nice. I'll take a swig from it.
It's
Swig for the road.
it's cool. It, tastes like standard water. It's not like the best water you've ever had, but it's certainly potable. It
It's
doesn't
not like Boss or anything.
yeah, it doesn't taste diseased or polluted or anything like that. So,
Cool.
if you guys need to fill up water skins, you can do that as well. Take 25. Good question.
Yes, less salty. That's officially everything for me.
And also, Buckle, Joey, Ammo, in regards to holy water, you all know that you can create holy water.
Oh, damn right I can.
Like with 15% concentrated will.
Huh.
How
A
do
cleric-
I create?
A cleric or paladin may create holy water by performing a special ritual. The ritual takes 1 hour to perform, uses 25 gold worth of powdered silver, and requires the caster to expend a first level spell slot.
Yeah, well, we'll keep that in mind.
But
From
seeing
whence are
is
you
that,
reading that?
seeing it's right under our holy water in the compendium.
Ah.
25 gold worth of silver.
Although I don't make it a habit. of
Powdered
having holy
silver.
water near myself right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can still create it even though you're undead.
Yeah, well, I'll tell Nyloth, us of the holy devout variety can create holy water if the need arises.
And because it's 25 gold and a first level spell slot, I would say each ritual would give you 4 holy water, assuming that you have the proper vessels and amount of water to create it. I'm house ruling that, because 25 gold and a first level spell slot for 2d6 radiant damage is a bit imbalanced in my opinion. So. Alright. Any other questions? Comments? Concerns?
Mr. R,
Items?
can you bless the rains?
Lord Ma, can you bless the rain?
Out of character, I'm wanting to sing Creedence Clearwater and wondering who could stop the rain. So I'm not entirely sure if I could bless the rain.
But do you miss the rain?
Have
I
you
also
ever
miss
seen
the
the
rain.
rain?
Do drops of it keep falling on your head?
They do. They do.
All I can say is since we've started this session and listening to that rain, I've had to stop myself from going to the bathroom for the past hour.
Do you guys want to take a short break? We're about due, so
No matter to me?
it would be a good time because it'll give me a chance to switch you guys to the next map.
Sounds good, boss.
Alright, we are going to take a short break, guys. We will be right back. Stick around. Going to be about 5 minutes. I will put on some tunes for you while we are away, so stick around. We'll be right back.
For man holds in his mortal hands the power to abolish all forms of human poverty and all forms of human life. And yet the same revolutionary beliefs for which our forebears fought are still an issue around the globe. The belief that the rights of man come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of God.
Alright, guys, we are back. Let me get these guys unmuted. There we go. Kill the music. Switch the scene.
Camera.
Foglore.
Haha. Nice.
Yeah.
25 XP to you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate
Good question. Good question.
So we're just coming back from a break, guys, so let me get everything set up and good to go. And please do not move your characters as I switch us to the next scene. Which is a bit of a splash point, right? So I didn't put all the various NPCs that would be around. This is just to give you guys kind of a general idea of what Scumtown looks like. And this specifically is called Scab Alley.
Gross.
The reasons for which will become apparent as you step outside and you see several small goblins and other goblinoids, likely children, with makeshift nets casting them into this stream running down the center of the alley and pulling from it large chunks of coagulated blood having overflown from the fountain down through the gutters and alleys, over the cliff, and down into Scab Alley. And you see them collecting these masses of congealed blood, and looks like they're stowing them away. Putting them in baskets and bags and other...
I murder them all. Just... No. Gross. Very gross.
Yeah, this is just to give you an idea of what it looks like. You know, the soil there is, like, just polluted and disgusting. A lot of that sheen of, like, oil here and there. You guys are killing it on the follows tonight. Thank you very much, guys.
I think it's that new mobile update that Twitch did. Because I got that too.
Oh, it's definitely
last
that,
night. Yeah, I just got like so many follows, and it's like.
Wait, so what? What exactly happened?
So
Their new system is like Twitter. When you sign up for an account, you get to pick 3 games, and then you go to those 3 games and you pick who's streaming, and it's random, and you have to follow them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I was getting way too many follows for how many people are actually watching.
Like suggests like other people to follow that have like similar interests.
Yeah. It's Twitch funneling people into your channels based on the games you play.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, but it explains the...
Yeah.
It's a little weird. You're like, thanks for the follow, how are you? Like 10 times in a row, and then no one's there.
Yeah.
It's alright. It's alright. Maybe they'll talk next time, man. I love me some lurkers. You guys lurk.
They're not actually watching.
Oh, really? Then how is that a thing?
They just click follow.
Because you just recommend it, yeah.
Well, maybe they'll show up. You know, it's.
Yeah, they'll be in the list of. But.
So yeah, all around you see very like ramshackle buildings. This is where you guys came out of. And just, you know, like a lot of really shabby looking shanties and shacks and other things that start with shush.
Shitty.
Kebab?
It's that Susquehanna.
Yeah, Susquehanna, sure.
So, is there anything in particular that you guys would like to do? Like, the goblinoids around, they definitely take note of this large group of strong-looking individuals coming out. They give you a wide berth. You know, those that are walking on the walkway will step off of it so as to not walk into you.
Yeah, I'll say, Lord Ma, what do you request of me to be doing, Lord?
Move through the openings of the crowd. Push them back if they don't step back for us.
You want to
act
travel ahead. Travel ahead a little bit, clear the paths.
Yeah, if you guys want to put yourselves in like a marching order, that's fine. I kind of just moved you all as a group, so...
I'll squeeze in front and like make sure that there's, you know, the path is clean. If there's anything like really nasty on the ground, maybe I'll like scoot it out of the way so they have a clear path and move people out of the way.
Why is Evelyn dancing on the kobold?
And trying to wait until Danderfluff moves, because I'd be like doing the hiding behind her mom thing.
Just like maybe keeping an eye out for
Shy
any,
kid.
like, goons.
As you pass by, I kind of grab your arm and say, they expect arrogance from us. Make sure to show it. Play it up.
All right.
Is never mind.
And I'll go forward and so are there any like immediately around me? Like,
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, like I didn't populate the map with NPCs because it would get way too confusing for you guys to look at. But it's not like hustle and bustle, it's not assholes and elbows, but there's a good amount of NPCs around, but not so many that you would have to shove your way through them. As you've already seen, they're giving you a wide berth. You're talking about, like, a lot of goblins, many of whom either appear to be very young or very old, and none of whom appear to be eager or ready for combat. They're all just downtrodden, dirty-looking slaves.
Yeah, I'll just look very pompous, like clearing a path, even though like I'm noticing that they're getting out of the way, still making sure, like a dick, that the path is clear.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to do much, just your presence alone is enough to deter them.
And occasionally I'll like look at one of them and like, you have sinned.
Make an intimidation roll.
Sweet. That's something I'm good at. 7.
Oh yeah, they definitely scurry a little bit further to the side, or maybe even change their direction. They opt to go down a different street.
Good, I'll just keep doing that.
So you guys don't have to move yourselves on this map, that's fine. You can just keep your normal marching order. So, you guys have gotten directions from Grack. You know where the slave market is, if that is where you would like to head to. If there's anywhere else, just let me know. It is steadily raining as always. That is going to be a constant here. It's always going to be raining, pretty much.
Can we tell what time of day it is?
Make a nature check.
With advantage, because I'm from around here?
No, just standard roll. You're guessing it's about midday, based on the amount of ambient light that's kind of slipping through the clouds.
Alright.
Somewhere in that vein, between, say, like 11 a.m. and 2 p.m., somewhere around there, early afternoon. Just past the lunch rush.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is we're going to the slave market, so...
Can we buy low, sell high?
Well, is there any other way?
Maybe. Alright, so I take it you guys are heading to the slave market.
Yeah. Pompously calling people sinners as I walk past.
Okay. I will tell you that they don't appear to understand what you're saying, but they definitely get what you're getting at.
Leviathan's not the smartest in the world either, so...
Like, as far as what you're actually saying, they might not know, like, what the word sinner means.
Yeah, but I'm a 6'8" black dragonborn.
If you're snarling at them and you're a massive dragonborn in armor, they're gonna get the fuck out of your way.
Yeah. The sinners thing is more for me than for them.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep mine and Thatch's distance a little bit from him in case he draws a crowd from being so angry.
Yeah, I would be like a good 15 feet in front of them. At least.
Alright. Everybody make perception checks. Okay. Rebiathan, you know the way there. You're pretty familiar. You find the quickest and easiest route to the slave market, and you very, very handily get yourselves there. Nobody stops you on your way. Nobody bothers you. like I said, you're moving through like a shanty town. So all these like, downtrodden, dirty individuals are just getting the fuck out of your way. And you don't see any that are non-goblinoids. Seems for at least this area of Scumtown is populated primarily by goblinoids. Mostly goblins. You see a bugbear here or there, maybe even an orc, even though technically they're not goblinoids. But it's mostly goblins. So I mean, you're kind of like just wait. You know what I mean? Like you're massive compared to these individuals for the most part. So yeah, you're just that. Before you even get to them, they're moving out of your way. And you arrive within eyesight of the slave market.
I'll walk over to the Lord Maw and to Rash and point out in the distance. We are arriving at our destination here shortly. Just wanted to inform you.
How much money do we have between us? It may behoove us to purchase a cheap slave to gain information.
Pull out a small sack of 13 gold.
And to give you an idea of the layout, if that's important to you guys at all, you guys are headed towards the main gate. So there are actually 3 gates to get into the slave market. The main gate is where all the pedestrian traffic, like those who are either buying or selling, those citizens, are traveling through the main gate. The other 2 gates, one which lies almost directly on the water, and the other one facing inland, those are primarily used as for the movement of product, right? So typically speaking, they would come in from boats, get processed, sold, and then sent off through the second gate. We'll call it western and eastern. So they come in through the western gate, leave through the eastern gate. You guys are arriving at the southern. There is no northern gate because it's set against the cliff wall leading up into the city. Make sense?
Yep. Pull out my small sack of 13 gold and present that to Lord Maw.
Hold it for now. I have nothing to contribute in the way of coin.
Well, I have a bag of holding if we need to hold anything.
Of course you do. Of course you do. Why wouldn't you? Of course you do.
What about the rest of you? Do you travel with coin?
I'm gonna whisper to Mr. Blightbat. I've got some coin.
I know.
Do I need to give it to him?
No, we're gonna make more money.
Okay. Then I'll speak loudly. I don't have anything.
Alright, so maybe we won't use that plan then.
Well, what was your plan, Lord?
To purchase a slave, someone else who can interpret for us, and give us an in with one of the slave traders, so we have someone to speak to gain information about the city.
I'm gonna whisper to Mr. Blightbat again. What if it's not that expensive?
We're gonna be buying slaves and selling them for higher prices.
Oh,
They're worth.
wait, are you actually here to make a profit?
We need money.
You know you're not really a slave owner, right?
It's the best way to get into character. It's method acting.
Well, I consider myself more a character actor, but I see what you're saying.
When in Rome. Fuck's Rome.
I guess you buy slaves when you're in Rome.
Yeah.
I mean, you could.
I just like stand up, like look around the crowd. Is there a gladiator pit?
You're saying that in Bar Common?
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys haven't arrived at the market yet. You still have to get in.
Are there just like random people around or slaves?
Yeah, there's people walking past you.
Yeah, I'll just ask like the first random person.
And I'll stand there so that, I'm a squire, you know. Same thing.
Make a persuasion roll.
Would casting tongues be loud?
Only as loud as it needs to be.
Was it V and M?
Material.
Verbal and material? But I don't have to use the material stuff, right? For
'Cause you have your
whatever
component
reason.
pouch.
Right.
As
Unless
long as
there's
you
a
have your
specified-
arcane focus.
Which is my dolly, I think.
Yeah, unless it has a specified gold value.
Oh, okay.
Correct.
Just before we get into the market, I'd probably cast tongues on
Well, hold off on
Eric.
that for now, because you gotta get in first, or at
Oh.
least up to it.
Yeah,
So
up to it.
Trip's trying to get some information. Nobody stops to answer you.
I'll chime and pipe in and say, this isn't really my market, but does anybody know the average going rate for a slave?
Make a persuasion roll.
I'm more asking like the group.
Yeah, because you don't speak
okay.
Far Common, right?
Yeah,
Or do you
that's
speak
the-
Far Common?
No, I don't.
Maybe a little bit.
Like basic phrases.
Yeah.
Could we roll something? Like maybe I've come across slaves somewhere.
What are you trying to roll?
Like history or something? Be like, I remember I was in the market once where there were slaves and they were like about this much.
Yeah, because I'm asking
Sure.
for like a ballpark on how much a slave costs. I have no idea.
16?
It really depends on, you get what you pay for ultimately, right? Like if you're looking for a slave that you're going to make into a gladiator, like a fighting slave, they're obviously going to be much more expensive than one that you're just buying to do laundry or something like that.
I just look at
Or
Leviathan
just
and say,
pack
like,
mule, basically.
depends on what you want them for. Fighting is more expensive.
Now I'm looking for like a
Housework is
ballpark
cheaper.
on like the lower end of the slaves. Just a good wholesome human being.
Well, the lower end slave would be about
50 silver.
50 silver?
Well, I mean, I have that.
That's like the lowest end. Like the lowest you would probably find would be
That's
around
like somebody missing a
10
leg.
50 silver.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
it doesn't
and that's
matter.
feeble, lame, young, or old and infirm.
I'm just saying. That's
You get what
only
you pay
5.
for.
That's only 5 gold. We have more than that. I'm saying, Lord Ma, your plan might be within our reach.
Whereas like a gladiator would cost more in the range of, say, 50 gold or more, depending on who's bidding on them. And, you know, it's like an auction, you know what I mean? So it really varies depending on the competition. And it does seem to be very busy right now. There's a lot of clamor coming from there.
Do we
People
want to go-
screaming, whips cracking.
Don't forget, the slaves are more likely to out us than anyone else.
But if you pay them a fair wage and treat them like they're actually living things, perhaps
Or I
they'll be
could
more
just
loyal
charm
to
them
us.
and make them
Did
do what we want
you
them
not
to.
remember what the frog guy said?
No,
The money doesn't matter.
money always matters.
Not to the slaves here. They'll sell you out anyway. They'll take the money and sell you out, because the worst is going to happen to them if they don't sell us out.
I'll present a knife and my coin. And a single coin. That's all I've got left is one coin. These two things combined ensure loyalty. Or at the very least fear, right?
A quick death is a kindness to these people.
I would
Serafina,
whisper to
make a
Black
perception check.
Bat, I think the only thing they'll really value is freedom.
Well, I mean, we can give them that.
Probably not.
You notice that the 4 vampire guards who are closest to you, basically the ones manning the gate, they're all looking at Garrett right now as he pulls his dagger. They're not making any aggressive moves, but they're all looking at him. Kind of keeping an eye, like, what's this guy doing with a knife?
I kind of look at Garen and I'm just like,
Do the eye thing.
eye contact, dagger, eye contact, dagger.
Carrying daggers.
I'm gonna need a performance roll from ammo.
Sure.
And don't forget you have a large fist-sized diamond, too.
I like
Mother,
motion
why are
with my
you
head.
twitching?
attend to whatever's going on with your neck there. We either threaten them or pay them off.
If they get found out helping us, the vampires will torture them far beyond anything you could do.
Right. That's why we convince them we can do worse.
Yeah, I
We're
mean
not
that's
convincing that we
that's
can
always
do
a
that.
possibility, right? And depending on individual to individual.
Hey, disembodied net. We're role playing here. Just.
Roll for
I know.
All right, roll for initiative. I'm just kidding.
I leave.
I do pocket my last remaining coin and resheath my belt dagger.
Well, we don't have to necessarily convince them that we can do worse to them. We can maybe convince them that we can do better for them.
Well, what's the punishment that they would get if they didn't turn us in?
Imagine death.
That's it?
A
That's not
very
that bad.
slow, painful, and probably magic-inducing, like, brain
Well, I mean, if we buy a
stuff.
slave, we'll just stay in character and it'll be fine. And then if they find out, we'll just like fucking murder them. Who's gonna care? It's a slave.
Rebiathan, you can roll history.
Yeah, buddy. Nobody.
You know that if a slave basically keeps information from the cloister of the lash, which would be like the
Police.
enforcers of rules, the police essentially, that if they were to aid and abet criminal activity or hide criminal activity, do anything like that would be considered treasonous or dangerous to the realm, that they would end up going to the Grand Judicus and they would never come out. Also, you have to consider that it's vampires who are handing out these punishments, right? They're in no hurry. They live forever, essentially. So,
Yeah, I would tell Eva.
Eva.
Eva, yeah. I would tell Eva, if a slave were to do a misdeed as that or sin such as that, they would be banished and never seen again. So basically, the worst possible torture. And
prolonged as much as possible. Like,
yes, the
that's
worst.
kind of their MMO. They're kind of their MO is that, like, they kind of have their immortality working for them to that degree. And so they're in they're no in hurry to like hand out the punishment. They'll torture people for decades. Maybe even hundreds of years depending on what kind of magic they have access to, which you're not really sure about, but it's definitely a possibility.
Okay. I just say, well, that's fine. If they figure out what we're doing, then we just kill them. It's fine.
All I'm saying is don't trust anyone.
Or I can just charm them. I can do that.
I'm gonna lean up to Mr. Blightbat again and say, I'm not really signed up to kill innocent slaves.
I know you're not. This is why I'm.
How
We'll do
subtle
more
is
harm
this,
than
Brian?
good buying than questioning them.
Was that last part to all of us?
Yeah, well, yeah, I wasn't whispering it.
And I'm assuming you guys are standing off by yourselves while discussing
Yeah.
this? Okay.
I'm keeping a little perimeter.
So say not that we're inconspicuous with Johnny 6'8" over here, just like imperiously looking over us.
in
Stand
this
back!
in this area, there's there's people who are also doing what you're doing, right? Like they're coming to buy and sell slaves. So there's a bit more. You're seeing more Fang cloister merchants, things like that. It's not quite as strictly goblinoids in this area. In fact, you don't see a whole lot of goblinoids. Now you're kind of mostly in the area where the buyers and sellers would be going through.
I'll offer up this idea. Say, maybe we want to talk to another group. Just make some small talk. Assert our dominance, maybe. Whatever the conversation lends itself to.
Thought the plan was just to go get slaves.
We'll go do that. We can play it by ear. And just see what happens. I have 13 gold I can put forward towards just venture.
Okay.
I will
You
buy
do that.
I will purchase a slave. I say on behalf of my lord, saying he needs a new servant. And I'll offer up a cheap, maybe like a 10 gold slave, perhaps. And we go from there, see what happens.
You do that, and Thatch and I will go and expand our income.
And how do you plan to do that?
Philo, sell high deception.
So you, the only person who speaks Far Common, is planning on leaving the rest of us?
Yeah, you kind of need
You'll
to.
figure it out.
We have plenty of money. I think we'll be okay. I got gold.
Lord Ma, I will defer to your judgment on this call.
Ooh, puppy.
Bark, bark, bark. The barking. That was to you, Garrett.
I've seen how much gold she has.
The barking was to me. No, I was kidding.
Maybe.
Without Rash, Evelyn would be our only communication here. If she has the ability to speak in tongues. Can make you stay, but it would be beneficial if you did.
I think we need to get some money so we can get our own hideout because we can't trust anyone here.
We have a hideout. We can trust Grant.
Until it's convenient for him to give us up.
I've been under the teaching the guys of Grak for a long time. If he turns us over, he turns himself over. He's
There's
not going
ways
to.
around that.
I'm sorry if there's been someone in your life that's caused you to not trust people, but Grak is as trustworthy as they come. He is our ally.
Danderfluff says too soon.
Check.
And
What?
I'm
another
just kidding.
check mark.
I'm not in charge of the checks. I was just
I
joking.
know. I'm saying what? What? How did that deserve a check?
Too soon. The comment about having someone causing us not to trust.
Because he's not trusted.
Everyone and everything here wants to kill us.
But how is that really different than all the other adventures you've been on?
What's those? I'm gonna say the same thing.
Well,
That's
most
not
of
that
those are in the
unusual.
woods or this is like
Not
this
long.
is different.
Yeah, this is really your first like urban adventure, right? So that's pretty cool.
Well, not lost. I mean, it's not like we're buying an expensive slave. We're buying low. We can still profit in the future. We need you to come with us. Our Lord commands it. My Lord.
Your
Still
lord.
moving on, then you should.
I mean, if I'm buying low and selling high, you can pick off a slave and question it and then sell it.
Again, I defer to you, Lord Ma.
I'm gonna whisper to Mr. Blightbat. You just said you wanted to. We're leaving here, right?
I just don't know how to get home.
Me either. I came here in a portal.
I just reach over to Tarek and cast tongues on him, and I say, like, now you can just do the talking, and they can do whatever they want.
But correct me if I'm wrong. I can only understand what's being said. I can't actually.
You can
Balls.
speak it.
I can
Oh.
speak it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, check that.
That's the difference between comprehend languages and tongues.
No, it just says the ability to understand any spoken language it hears. For tongues.
No, it says when the target speaks, any creature that knows at least one language and can hear the target understands what it says.
Understands what it says, but doesn't.
The target being Garrett.
Right. So
But it doesn't say that it could also. You can also speak it.
That's exactly what it just said.
Yeah,
That's
When
what
the
that
target
means, yeah.
When the
If it can
target
speak.
speaks. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Get hecked on, Joey.
Sorry.
Bleh.
Okay.
I'm sorry for committing such treasonous sin.
Just trying to be helpful. Okay.
Scruffles, take inspiration for knowing your spell.
Okay.
All right. Now I've got tongues, I guess.
Now, how long does this particular arcane magic last?
About an hour.
Well, that does not give us much time. I say we head on down.
I can cast it again later.
Oh yeah, you're coming with us because you are part of the group.
And immediately after she casts it, Garrett, you can hear all these different voices around you kind of like morphing, and then as the spell takes effect, you start hearing them in common. I'm assuming that's the language that you would hear them in because it's your most
Yeah.
common language.
That's the lingua franca.
That's what like your
Must be
your base language is, right? Like your original language would be that.
I'm gonna talk to Garrett and Farcom, and can I whisper him?
Sure. You absolutely may. The hell?
A glass door opening above me.
Glass door opening above.
Balcony door, sliding door, whatever words.
Sliding glass door.
There you go.
That would
after
be it.
Exchange and far common, I will nod towards Nyloth. All right.
And not back.
So it looks like we're splitting the party.
Ooh, okay. Just on the screen, because I don't have a map for the market. Again, it would have been too many NPCs to bother with, and I couldn't get the way I wanted it to look right anyway. So just split yourself into the two different groups. Who's going with who?
I put myself to the north, so anyone coming with me comes to the north.
I'll say, well,
When
I'm
do you want to
accompanying-
meet back up?
Yeah.
I kind of have to follow Ammo.
Meet at Grax's house. I guess we'll return to Grax's shack within a few hours.
The Grack Shack?
Okay.
The Grax shack.
I like kind of tug on Ammo, or sorry, Sarah's hand. I'm like, Mother, let's go with them. They'll actually find information.
Oh,
Damn.
Sure.
I would make you carry me, but I don't think you would. Just do that thing like up.
Up, up, up.
Leviathan probably
be like,
would
no.
give you a piggyback.
Holy typewriter, Batman.
Sorry. I thought I had muted. Trip and I are coordinating.
Gotcha.
Farcom, bitch.
Wrecked.
Do I pick up any common, like,
You're welcome.
very common wording and phrases from their conversation?
Yeah, I would say you wouldn't know enough to get the gist of what they're saying. I'm assuming what they're saying is complicated enough that you're not really going to be able to discern what it is that they're saying. But I will let you roll an insight. Everybody else is going to be lost because they don't even know the language.
To at least give you an outward appearance, it looks like a casual conversation. No real emotion invested, mostly just coordination.
Okay. To you it sounds like they're just trying to figure out who's doing what. Is the best you're able to glean from both body language, tone of voice, and the few words that you're able to pick up in conversation.
I'm not super suspicious or anything. I'm just curious.
Okay. Alright, so we've got our two parties. Alright. Which group is going in first? I'm assuming you guys are all going into the market, right? You're just splitting into two different groups to do so.
Nyloth's group should head in first.
Alright. So
Also,
Nyloth,
I'll be
Danderfluff,
back in a minute.
no problem.
Dingo.
It was
The
Dingo.
Borkening.
That's what I'm checking on.
They're sending secret messages through the internet between Dingo and Scruffle's dog. We strike at midnight, Bork.
Thatch, do you have a notepad?
He's got a system of checks and balances.
Okay. How good are you with math?
I'm okay.
Okay, we're gonna study the market and look around. Then we will opportunize and sell really shitty slaves for slightly shittier prices. And then so on and so forth. So it's like, this slave's 1 gold, and we'll sell it for 2 gold.
Danderfluff is going to like go to give a thumbs up, but then stop and just nod.
And then we can buy a base of operations here, away from everything. And then we can go to the library, where there's bound to be much more information than asking slaves. We gotta get to the higher part of town.
So what you doing?
Studying the auctions.
Well, you have to get in first. You can't actually see the auctions from where you guys are standing outside.
Okay, I walk to the gate.
Picture it as like the picture it as like an entrance to like a castle in an MMO, right? Like it forces you to go inside, so you can't just like sit outside and look.
Okay.
You know, you go in and then around a corner and then through another gate, that type of deal.
Like that weird entrance to Orgrimmar where it's like, go
Right.
forward, then right, then left.
Right, yeah. Good comparison. All right, so describe to me exactly what you're doing.
Just walking into the entrance. If there's like a halt, I'll stop. Trying to go to the market.
Looks like there's a single file line of people waiting to get in.
I will get in line.
Okay.
I'll kind of whisper to him, "You should look agitated." Yeah.
Roll performance. You think you're doing a good job.
I think you're trying. Do you have to sneeze? Do you want
Yeah,
me to get a
yep.
tissue?
Most people are
I'll
going to be
stop
like,
that.
oh, he must have gas or something. I don't know. He's making weird scowling faces. All right, so after a few minutes, you get up to the front of the line. There is a guard there waiting. What brings you to the market?
I hold up my the like little piece of leather. I'm just like, buy and sell slaves. Put it away.
He takes it from you,
Oh,
examines it. So this is not your first time at the market.
no.
And yet your slave lacks a collar. It is required for entry.
Oh, do I not have the leash on it? On him?
You didn't tell me that you did.
Oh, I thought we did. Did we not?
Nobody
Or is that
ever
from another
mentioned the
thing?
leash to me. Anyway, he reaches
I
off
got
to the
the
side,
leash.
grabs a collar and leash, and hands it to you. It's just like a shitty looking leather cord. Like, basically a choke strap, basically.
Oh, I would have just took the leash that Crux gave and put it on.
Oh, okay. Ah. So you must have forgotten.
Yes.
Roll deception.
Been a while.
But wouldn't that not be deception since he literally did forget?
He nods. So you are new. You are from under the earth.
Yes.
And what
It's-
is your business today? Are you buying or selling? And looks at Danderfluff.
buying.
As soon as he looks at me, I'm gonna pick my butt.
He kind of like makes a disgusted face. Very well, you may enter. And then you
Thanks.
go.
As soon as we get in, I want my stature to change. Like outside, I'm like really like had like a hunched over, defeated look. As soon as we get in and all the other slaves are like looking, I want to like puff out my chest, kind of knowing like I'm the house slave.
Roll intimidation.
I'm the good slave. Ooh, I just thought of a good idea.
Yeah, some of them kind of like shrink away from you a little bit, but the bulk of them are just kind of too tired and dead in the soul to care. So to give you an idea, once you get in and are in like the main area, centrally is the main auction house, and you'll have to go inside there if you want to do any buying or selling. Off to your left, which would be on the coastal side, there's literally just cages stacked upon cages, stacked upon cages, just filled with all different varieties of humanoid. Mostly humans and goblinoid, but there's some orcs mixed in, some other things you've never seen before. And they appear to be of varying quality. You can tell that the ones in kind of like the bottom and off to the side cages are like the really sick and infirm ones, whereas the more high quality, strapping young lads and those who might have potential as a gladiator would be more closer towards the auction house. So just at a glance, you can tell that there's kind of a stratification of the quality of slaves based on how far away from the building they're placed.
Okay, so that makes sense. Closer the better.
And you
like...
see several other people who are obviously there to buy, kind of, walking up and down the aisles and seeing what there is to see. Each cage has a number, and each collar on each slave has a number. So make a perception check. Okay. So when you're placing an order, when you're making a bid on a slave, the way that you would do it is you give the cage number first, slave number second, and then you make your bid. And it's you don't know what other people are bidding. What is that called? Silent auction?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
The only verbal auctions they have are for like the very tippy top.
Yeah, I don't want to mess with that. I just could I buy slaves here and then sell them at the same time?
Make an insight check.
Hey, these slaves seem alright. I could maybe boost up the price and then sell them.
Doing it in the same day would be very suspicious.
Okay.
Typically, the method by which people would do that is you would buy a bunch of slaves who maybe are sick or infirm. You buy them, you beef them up with some good food, maybe get them some medical care, and then you bring them back hoping to make more money off of them than what you spent on A, them initially, and B, getting them into better shape. So there is kind of that economy to it, though doing, if you were just to be like, I'm going to buy the slave and then I'm going to sell him right back, that would look very suspicious.
Okay. And there's
But you could buy one today and bring it back tomorrow and nobody would bat an eye. Shit, nobody would probably even remember.
Okay. And the sick and injured ones, are they ones I could heal and then sell?
Potentially, some
price?
of them. Some of them look very, very sick. They must have some kind of crazy disease that you're not sure about. Other ones are just badly beaten, maybe injured from battle. So those ones you'd probably be able to help with your good berries or whatever curative magics you have. it wouldn't be enough to say regrow a limb if they're missing one, or cure like a severe disability. If like if their leg got broken and then healed wrong, like you wouldn't really be able to do anything about that. But
Yeah, I meant more like
just at a glance, you can see a
they've
handful.
got the shits, and
Yeah.
they're selling for less. I can cure that and
Yeah.
boost the price.
You'd be able to kind of pick ones out of the crowd among the cages and see which ones you'd be able to help. Like you'd kind of inherently know like, oh, that guy's too far gone, or this one might be it might be too much of an investment up front with some of them. Like if they're healthier, you know what I mean? Like you're not gonna make as big of a profit margin as if you take one that's really really sick. Get them looking healthy and then bring them back. You'll make a much bigger profit off of that.
I'm actually becoming a slave trader.
This is the sandbox part of our adventure, boys and girls. You tell me what you want to do.
Oh no, I have.
As far
even
as like
bigger
an
plans.
overall group objective, it's kind of up in the air to you guys, right? Because based off the information you got on the crossover episode, you're not even sure if there's a home to go back to at this point. So I would think that looking out for number one is definitely part of all of your thought processes, regardless of alignment or other things. Like, maybe not Leviathan so much. I don't know how much information they gave you about what's happening along the Sword Coast, if any.
None, I'd say.
But the rest of the group, you guys all know that the Sword Coast has basically been under siege. Many of the major cities have fallen. It's a fucking battle for Faerun currently. And there's really not a whole lot you can do about it. You're more or less stranded on the far side of the world, and you guys gotta figure out what you're gonna do now. So it's sandboxing not only in setting, but also in terms of like what you guys are actually going to plan to do now, because I have no idea. But you know that many of your allies and Candlemast has fallen. You know that the engineer has died. His flying tower has crashed into the bay. As far as getting help, it's pretty thin right now. And like I said, you don't even know how much of a home there is to go back to, if any. But Trip, I will give you some time to think about what you want your next move to be. Just make a investigation check, and that will be for you kind of like looking over, trying to see like which. I'm assuming you're probably just going to buy one to start, that type of thing.
Unless there was like, this sick bundle comes with this cage. And that could be like,
No,
there's like
they're
five-
typically not sold in bundles. Usually they're just
Okay.
sold individually.
'cause
Though I suppose you could. You would just have to put your auction slips in accordingly. So it'd be like cage 1, slave 1, cage 1, slave 2, cage 1, slave 3, and then you'd make a bit. It would be an individual bid for each of them, and who knows, maybe at the end of it, the guy who's selling them will just toss in the cage because it'll be easier.
Cause like, if I bought slaves, I knew I could heal with one good berry each. I could buy 40 slaves that are sick or beaten, and then sell 40 healthy slaves tomorrow.
Well, and some might take more than a good berry.
Well, that's what I meant, like, only pick and choose the ones that I could heal with a good berry. Like, I know I can fix that.
Sure. But we'll give you some time to think about what you want your next move to be, and we will switch to the other group.
Split party.
So
Split party.
So you guys have what are you doing, Emma?
Emma, you're with us.
You're with them, Emma.
I know.
Just trying to sneak out.
Come
Emma,
on
come
back,
back.
here.
Did you
Emma,
not
roll
see me
initiative.
go like this?
I'm just kidding. Um,
Oh, VC just looks like crap a lot of times, so I figured it was buggy.
Aw.
all right. So, who's doing the talking?
The one who can speak far common now?
Probably. So, I'm going to tell Rebiathan to stand in front of us like he has been, but not as far, and then we'll just attempt to walk right through the gate, as if we belong.
Yep, I will use my brute strength and large body to do just that.
So you don't even bother getting in line, you just try to walk right in?
Correct.
Yeah, like it's our everyday thing.
Okay. Immediately you're surrounded by vampiric guards as you try and push your way in.
Joe, remember your character's name? Is it Rethos? Replos?
Restero.
Oh, Restero, thank you. Restero, what's the delay here?
I'm not sure, Lord. I'll ask the guards and say, what is the reason for this stoppage, my friends?
There is a line, clearly. You wait.
I lean over my shoulder to my lord and repeat that message to him. They say there's a line.
We don't wait.
My lord says that we do not wait, sir. We would like to continue our business as we usually do.
All wait.
I'm
And he
sorry,
points
Lord.
to the line again very insistently.
Seems to be very set in his ways.
At this point, several of the vampire guards around him have reached for their weapons. They're not drawing them yet, but hands on hilts.
Define several?
6 at least.
I hide behind ammo.
You know that there's also guards up on the walls, so they probably have crossbows trained on you as well.
Lord, my next action is your call.
They're just going to delay how much profit they make then if they make us wait in line, but oh bother, we'll stand in line then.
Sometimes the customs of other places can be hard to get used to, my lord. I'm sorry for this delay.
I know, these backwoods towns, Resteros.
Well, let's not waste any more time than we have to. Let's go wait in line.
If we must.
Garrett, make a deception roll.
Oh, please don't make me do that. Let's just let me RP it.
So much better at this
Just
than
let me RP it.
Level
There's something
8
very
character
specific
get
that
here.
you said that I need you to roll deception for.
It was a backwoods town? Shit! Shit! Shit!
Wait.
Well, I was gonna say, can I try and pull
Can I
favor
bless
by
him
saying I'm a favorite of Slytheria?
He already said it, so there's not much you can do about what's already been said. But you can take whatever actions you'd like to take now, as they're just staring at you like, what?
I'm not gonna cast bless.
That's good. What about you, Ammo?
I was gonna say, can I try and what's the word I'm looking for? Not pull rank, but be like, hey. Do we really have to wait? I'm a personal friend of Slytheria.
Make a deception roll. A friend of the silent should know the law applies to all. Is there going to be a problem? Also, can you
She
even
have to
speak
wait in
Far
line?
Common? Ammo?
I'd probably have whoever can translate for me.
She was the only one studying Far Common.
You'd probably
That's
know
weird.
enough to say what you said, but it'd be a little bit wonky.
Work!
No one heard
Like a
that.
howl.
It's fine. It's fine.
Wild mutts running in the street. This is a backwoods town.
So, DP has opted to spend one of his butts to improve your deception score. Garrett? So we'll retcon that, and they kind of look at you puzzled more than anything, and then just kind of shake their heads and Maybe he's jet lagged. I don't fucking know.
Sure, but they don't know where I'm from, so I could be from Blackhold, in which case this place would be, backwater, kind of, blah, blah, blah. But I will get into line without any kind of argument past that comment.
Okay. It's not a very long line, and it's moving fairly swiftly. It's all very, very orderly.
I'll indicate to Eva and Sarah to give Resteros their leather IDs, so that when we get up there, he's the one who presents them to the guards.
Okay.
So, wait, Resteros is Rubaiyathan's alias?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
It's going to get awkward, and I apologize.
Resteros.
Resteros.
Rest.
Yes.
Like Westeros, but with an R.
Yeah.
Oh, Resteros, not Resteros.
Yeah,
Accent
I got it
the
'cause
wrong
there was
syllable.
There was a receipt on my desk for La Fuente restaurant, and I just went with Restero.
Sure. So you guys get into line, waiting a few minutes. Eventually you get to the front. Who's doing the talking?
I will say, well, I don't speak Arkham, but I'll just walk up and hand them the IDs.
Takes them, looks them over.
Mine as well.
And what is your business today?
What
I
is
assume
the
that you
delay,
are buying.
Resteros?
They want to know what our business is, Lord Terrig.
What else would our business be in the slave trade?
I'm sorry, he wants to hear it from you, I suppose.
We'll be purchasing slaves.
Then you should know your place, human. And throws your IDs on the ground. You may enter.
I'll pick up the IDs, just...
I mage hand mine.
You guys can all roll insight.
Can I pull down my thing and be like, rude? Put it back up so you can see my fangs.
Sure.
We've
That
already
was
gained
rude.
a very strong bit of information right there.
All right. So you show your fangs,
I know
Seraphina.
nothing.
The rest of the group is very aware that if you continue to lay it on that thick, you're going to gain yourself a lot of unwanted attention. In fact,
Yep.
you're almost there now of like, guards work for the lash. You might end up getting shadowed for a while now.
That was the bit of information that we got. So the moment we're through, I'm going to nudge Eva and Sarah and say, move the tongues over to her. She's going to have a better time moving through this market than I am. They don't trust my kind.
Boop.
Boop. And now, Seraphina is the leader of the party.
The four of you make perception checks. Okay, Evelyn, you notice that as you're casting the spell, several of the guards and just other people around, like, they recognize the arcane phrases, and so they kind of turn just to, like, see what's going on. But nobody raises an alarm or shows any kind of real suspicion or anything like that. If they
Just kind of
do,
like,
if
"Is that
they do
magic?"
know the spell that you cast, they're not signifying whether they do or not. But just kind of also looking around, you can see a lot of the other people who are looking over the wares, basically, are casting spells on themselves. You know, probably perception-type magic, scrying, stuff like that. So it's not uncommon.
They
for
were probably
spells
just
being
making sure
cast.
that I wasn't doing anything like...
Right, like they're making sure it's not
aggressive.
like magic missile or fireball
Yeah.
or something crazy like that. You know, it was just kind of an, oh, all right. Like, you know, just like a kind of a quick sideward glance. Nobody seems to care.
Okay.
And you can also see the other half of your group kind of walking among the stacks.
I'm gonna also be keeping my eyes out for my aunt, obviously, because I don't know who she's with or where she is. She just needs help, so she's probably a slave here.
Maybe. You can make a perception check. An additional one for that. You don't see any sign of her. I mean, there's plenty of human women and human men in the cages, but none of
She'd be
them.
pretty noticeable though.
Well, I mean, it's kind of the thing, like, your family. You know what I mean? Like, even if you're in like a packed crowd, you could pick your mom's face out of a crowd like pretty quickly. You know what I mean? Like that type of thing. So you're pretty sure that she's not there. You're not positive, but you're pretty sure. I mean, it's a lot
Imagine
of
she'd
faces
be like
to
one of
look
the more
over.
expensive slaves too, if she were here.
Rude.
What?
Upon which are you basing that? What?
She's
How would you
smoking
determine that?
hot. She's super talented. She taught me how to be a bard.
Yeah, true. Fair enough.
Powerful.
I'll as we step in, I'll whisper to Terragus. So, Lord Mom, where would you like me to escort you to next?
You're now going to be escorting Seraphina.
As you commanded, Lord.
Treat her like a noble, but I'm not sure how to defer to the vampires here, but probably in the same vein. Wait, vein.
Yeah, I see what you did there.
That was a fantastic
No.
joke, Lord. Good.
Brava.
Well, verbally jousted, sir. She will be conducting the business from here.
She pretty much just flanking us.
I'm going to now, so now I'm going to start and move into the same position as Resteros, or Resteros.
You all bear the symbol of Asmodeus as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
I have my pendant. Whatever.
Lady Sarah, where would you like me to escort you to?
Wherever the Asmodeus fan club. Yes, we are. We should. Weren't we gonna go buy a slave? Shouldn't we go do that?
All right.
What do you?
I mean,
what do you mean
we've
buy a
gotten in-
slave? You're actually going to buy a slave? There's no.
Well, I mean, that's not
about-
the only
We're going to
or
free a
real
slave
reason
with
that
money.
we're here.
Say, all right,
But, you
we're
know,
right this way. And,
Now that we've rudely been given entry.
yeah. I'll lead them to where the auctions are taking place.
Okay. I'm not gonna make you guys roll as well. Between the four of you, you'd be able to figure out like how the whole system works, the whole silent auction. Each cage has a number on it, and each slave has a collar. Generally ranging from 1 to 8. That's about as many as you could fit in a cage.
I'll
So
start
I'd say
perusing-
between the four of you, you'd be able to glean the same amount of information.
I'll start perusing for like a 10 gold slave.
Right, and they don't like have recommended values.
But one that
On
looks
them.
like it would be worth it. in
But
our
your
budget.
your best idea of what like a 10 gold slave would look like, sure, roll investigation.
Yeah.
Yeah, you find a human male, kind of a bigger guy, but it looks like he's seen better days. So his frame is very large, but he appears very like gaunt, thin, malnourished. But you're pretty sure if you fed him a few good meals and got him some general care, he'd probably fill out nicely and make a good laborer.
Okay. I kind of want to look around me and see how other people are doing it. Like, because I don't really know how this slave trade thing works unless it's obvious. Like,
Yeah,
How do
many of the people walking among the stacks are there as individuals, but you do see a few other groups. Generally speaking, it would be like you could tell one is a lord and then the other is kind of like a page, and so they're like making notes for the lord and stuff like
yeah, like
that.
I'm taking notes as well. Like, I want to know like how they go about requesting to acquiesce a slave. Like,
Right, so you would know how the system works, right? Like you write down the slaves that you want to make bids on, then you go into the auction house and you basically fill out a silent auction form.
so I will write
And
down
then
the
every
slave.
several hours, they basically tally things up. If a slave's been bid on and nobody else has bid on them, they get sold. If 2 people have bid, they compare the 2 bids. Whoever wins between those 2 gets that one. So they're inside. You know that there's a whole lot of hustle and bustle going on.
Yeah, I'll motion to Lady Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this slave, I think right here would be a good option. I suggest that we place a bid on it. Do I have your permission, lady?
Yeah, sure.
All right, and I take all the notes and say, I will be back in just a moment, unless you'd like to accompany me. It can be quite hectic in there.
I will let you take care of that.
All right.
All
So
right, I will.
what are the other 3 of you doing? Besides Joey.
Pretty much just staring at slaves. Looking for my aunt.
I will have transitioned from the noble in charge to more of Seraphina's escort, more or less. Still wearing my face is covered with the armor and stuff, and where I'm not being so as imposing as Rubaiyathan, I'll still be nearby, hand to my hammer kind of thing.
Okay. And you see many other people, like guard-type positions among the lords and ladies walking among the stacks. It's not unusual. You wouldn't expect shit to jump off in there. Like, that would be a severe breach of protocol to start any kind of aggression within the market. Like, that would be kind of the worst thing that you could do. But everybody's always kind of at the ready. You know, there are instances where maybe a slave gets loose and tries to rile up, and you never know. You never know what a prisoner might have hidden in their back pocket, if you know what I'm saying. So anyway, that is where we will take our second break. So when we come back, we'll be going through the process of filling out the forms and seeing whether or not you win the bid. And of course, we'll see what Trip and Ewok are up to as well. So stick around, guys. Just a really short break, just a few minutes, and we will be right back.
All right.
What up, guys? Thank you again for all those follows. Whether you're here or not, I appreciate it. How is everybody in chat doing tonight? What up, Dust? What up, Nikki? What up, Flounder? What up, DP? What up, Libris? What's going on, Scruffles and Trip and Shalom? Hello. And who else do I notice in chat? Who else do I gaze upon? Shepherb? I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. I'm sorry if I brutally destroyed it. What up, Aralia? So, I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. These past 2 sessions have been like a lot of information. What up, Emptiness? And kind of slow paced, no real combat going on. Am I going to TwitchCon? I am not. There is no way that I will possibly be able to afford that. It's just not going to happen. Things have been kind of up in the air financially for me lately, too, with the whole shift to associate and getting bits and stuff like that now. So things have been really, really tight for me money-wise, and I don't see it happening. As much as I would like to go, it's just way too expensive for me. Like, between the flight and the hotel alone, it would cost me a lot of fucking money to go out to California. Alright, let me see if these jokers are ready to continue. Alright, we are back. So, where we had left off, Joey's character was heading into the actual auction house. And so you head in, and it's just gangbusters in there. There's people coming and going. It's it's assholes and elbows, yeah. So you see that there are 5 desks set up, basically where everybody's going to fill out their auction slips. And so you just basically pick a line and wait your turn.
All right, I'm keeping an eye on my possessions, but I don't know if there's like pickpockets around here.
Okay. Can make a perception check.
Yeah.
Nah, it seems like everybody's kind of doing their own thing. Nobody's really paying attention to one another too much.
All right, then I'll wait patiently.
All right. Trip and Ewok.
So,
You guys are at the front of one of those lines now. I'm assuming that you would have gone into the line.
yeah, for like on a scale of 1 to 10, looking for like 1 being like disabled and 10 being like gladiator. A 4 or 3?
Okay. Yeah, you found at least a dozen that would fit that description.
What would mine be like on that scale?
Yours would be like a 5 or a 6.
Speed.
You know, doesn't appear to be maimed or missing any limbs. Seems like he could bulk up nicely if given some proper nutrition and care.
Truly a blessing.
So, Trip, Ewok, you guys get to the very front of the line. Auctioneer slides you a slip.
What would I roll for praising a slave?
Nature.
Okay.
Nature or medicine.
I'm gonna go with medicine.
Okay. How many, like, what are you looking to spend, basically?
Like how much 5 slaves I could heal and turn for a profit.
Yeah, you're able
Probably
to
male.
determine the best 5 that you'd be able to get the most profit from.
Okay.
There's four men, one female, all human.
Okay.
While he's doing this, I pull out a piece of parchment
Mhm.
and a quill and start writing down like I'm taking notes for him.
Okay. Trip.
I confer with the notes. How much for these 5?
You're guessing that a fair bet, but not overdoing it, would be like 2 gold each. That you're figuring would be enough to beat out the competition without overspending and thus dipping into your profits.
Okay. Thatch, could you hand me 10 gold?
I don't say anything. I just nod and go into try to make it look. Well, I just go to one of the bags and pull out 10 gold.
Thank you. And then I write down the
As you do
stuff
so,
on
the
slip.
auctioneer kind of looks at you curiously, Trip.
Very well trained.
I can tell.
Best
I give
slave
like
I've
a
ever
very-
owned. And I pat Thatch on the head.
I give it like a arms crossed, like
Okay. So, you fill out your slip and put it in, you give him the 10 gold.
Yep.
Alright. And if you're outbid, you'll get your 10 gold back.
Okay. I guess we just go like wait in a corner till the auction's done.
Yep, you
Peruse.
You look up and you see what at first glance appears to be a clock. But it's moving much faster than a clock should. Like the arm on it, there's only one arm and it's just kind of... It's reaching the 12 o'clock point. Like the high noon marker, basically. You can kind of infer that that's when they tabulate the... You know, they'll shut down for a few minutes, tabulate all the different auctions, figure out who bought what, and then, you know, make some sense of it.
Okay. I guess I'll just wait and like study what other slavers are doing.
Okay. Looks like they're pretty much doing the same thing you're doing. There's not a whole lot of variation. Some appear to be a bit more cruel or heavy-handed with their attendants and slaves, and others, you know, just seem to have well-trained slaves that they trust implicitly, and there's a whole lot of variation. What up, Evelon? How you doing? So, Joey. After a short while, eventually you get to the very front of the line. Auctioneer slides you a form to fill out. You there, Joey? I think he might be AFK.
I'm here. Sorry, I ran upstairs as fast as I could, hoping you wouldn't call me.
No problem.
I'm here.
So you're at the front of the line. The auctioneer slides you a form to fill out. It's very, very simple. It's just cage number, collar number, and your bid.
I'll fill it all out, and what would I surmise would be the average price for this quality of slave?
Just based on like what you think other people might bid on it and stuff like that. Roll medicine.
Great.
Between 6 and 8 gold. 6 might be a bit riskier, like you're not sure if you'd be outbid on that. 8, you're pretty sure nobody would really go that high because the profit margin wouldn't be as
I'll
high.
put the 10 down. I'll put the 10 down that I was.
Oh, so you're really looking to get this guy.
Yeah.
All right, so you put the 10 in. He takes the 10 gold, and you're given a receipt.
All right. I'll take the receipt, and return back to Lady Sarah and Lord Terrig. Lord Terrig Maw.
All right. So on your way back out, you pass by Trip and Ewok's characters.
I don't acknowledge that we're part of the same group. I
Okay.
walk past him.
You just cold shoulder him.
Yeah. Feel
Okay.
like that's appropriate.
Yeah,
Yep.
we probably do the same. Like,
Well, we were already seen together, so I would just like give a nod to you guys.
but not in the market.
You're not there, Scruffles.
I-
They're
I-
inside the
oh,
auction
sorry, I
house.
thought
You
you were,
guys are
like,
waiting
together.
outside.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm just gonna walk straight by him.
All right. So you walk outside and you see your group waiting for you.
I return back to him and say, I have placed the bid for the number that we had discussed. Don't worry. I covered it. We most likely will get the slave. I'll let you know as soon as I find out. Where do we go to now?
What do people do while they're waiting for bids to be calculated here? Do we drink? Can we go get some drinks?
Oh yeah, no.
I immediately start looking around, probably not as stealthily as I think I am appearing, to find out where people go after they bid on a slave.
You can roll insight.
Can we? Oh,
Insight or perception?
Insight.
fuck.
We stand here, we look at our belly button.
Yeah, like I said before, it seems that every few hours or so they tabulate the auctions and start anew.
Yeah,
So
is there a
it
tavern
you
close
can
by?
not within the market. No, you would have to leave and come back in, and by that time you might miss the auction. In which case you would forfeit your gold if you don't claim it. Basically, if you don't claim your merchandise, you lose it.
I say quietly under my breath to Serafina, send me or Resteros away to fetch you refreshments. It gives us an excuse to leave the marketplace.
Resteros.
Oh yes, how may I be of assistance, Lady Sarah?
I'm a little bit parched.
Yes.
Could you fetch me a pint?
Oh yes, of course.
Get it?
I will fetch a pint of their finest. for
Make
you.
sure it's A positive. I don't know if blood types are a thing here, but you know.
Oh, so you're talking a pint of blood? Of course. And I'll go and fetch out. What about for you, Lord Ma? Can I get you anything? Any food, perhaps?
No,
I'll take-
that'll be all. Just
Alright.
the ladies'
And
refreshments.
that was a what type? A minus, A plus? Said something.
A positive.
A positive. All right.
Maybe
I'll
something
be-
for Lady Eva.
Oh, yeah, Lady Eva, I'm so sorry. I was getting to you next.
You can get her a half
Perhaps
pint.
she would like a half pint of blood.
Good one, Lord. Good joke.
Sounds delicious.
I'm sorry, Eva. I have to laugh at the Lord's jokes.
It wasn't a joke. That actually makes me feel bad that I didn't make that as a joke.
But yeah, no, Lady Eva, can I get you anything? You know,
Same as her. I suppose I can just prestidigitate it.
I mean, all right, I'll get that. What, anything to eat?
That is the food.
All right, well, I will be getting that for you right very quick. Am I meeting you here?
Yes.
All right, I'll get that for you right away. And I go and leave.
Okay. Make an investigation roll. Okay. You see, every structure here is pretty shitty looking and ramshackle, but you do find one structure that kind of stands out as being a bit higher quality than the rest. You notice several vampires standing out in front of it, drinking a thick red liquid.
And they're in front of a building door?
Yep. It
Are they
just
really
kind of
like
looks like a shitty little saloon almost.
Are they like guarding the front doors like bouncers or just like casually drinking up
No,
front?
just casually drinking.
Okay, I'll walk,
They're-
I'll walk in.
The bulk of them are just kind of wearing, robes and finery and not really, it doesn't appear that they're armed.
I walk up and walk in with purpose.
Okay.
And if there's a bar or anything, I will walk right up to it.
There is.
I'll walk up, wait for my turn in line with the bartender.
Bartender comes over after a few minutes, after serving a few other people, and
Good evening, sir. I'd like If you could, 2 pints of A positive blood.
Kind of looks you up and down. Shrugs. Goes in the back.
I wait patiently.
All right. Comes back
I'll kind
out.
of glance around. I want to glance around actually and see if anybody's giving me this stink eye, the evil eye.
Make a perception check. There's a whole lot of hustle and bustle going on. If anybody is looking at you or checking you out, you don't see them.
Okay. Wait patiently.
All right. After a minute, comes back out with 2 large red flasks. Sets them down on the counter.
How much do I owe you, sir?
Which house is it for?
It is for the Kendricks.
Make a deception.
What? Why did you say that name?
Pulls out a ledger behind the bar. Makes a little bit of a note. It is on their tab.
The Kendricks will remember that.
It is on their tab. Oh, God. I say, as it should. Thank you very much.
And before A positive blood is like hoity-toity.
He gives you a nod.
And I'll take the 2 red pints and return back to my lord and ladies.
Okay. All said and done, it takes you about 20 minutes to do this.
Good.
You know, you have to wait in line to get back in, but they don't hassle you on your way back in. They remember you from before.
I don't cause a fuss. And I'll return to them and hand off the 2 pints and say, Lord and lady, can I have a... they asked me, and I'll kind of like whisper this there. They asked me what house I was from. I didn't know what to say. I said the first name that came to my mind. I said Kendrick. I didn't have to pay for the drinks. They said they put them on the Kendrick's tab. I don't know if I messed up or not, but it was the first name that came to my mind.
That's Scruffle's face. You what? How dare you?
I just knew that a Kendrick has always been in power, so I don't know. I'm sorry. I panicked.
Well, you better hope they have some very distant and numerous cousins that you could claim to be.
I just imagine Scruffle's character going, "You what?" and like the whole like little kid foot stomping, like temper tantrum.
I'll look to Lady Sarah and say, "Is the blood to your liking?"
Also, in case you wanted to know, A positive is the 2nd most common blood type. Yes, it's fine.
Good.
I prestidigitate mine, make it taste like wine.
Okay. But you both drink?
Love.
You make it taste like wine, and yet you're still drinking the blood? Just to be clear.
Yeah, like, ew.
Yep.
I choke back a little beneath my helm.
Me too. Yeah.
Scruffles, I need you to make
I like look up at you and give you like a
Constitution
bloody
save.
smile.
Oh, you gross bitch.
What? Why? I prestidigitated it. It'd be like thick and warm and weird, but it still tastes good.
Like your last boyfriend?
Say, shield your eyes, Lord.
Why?
The reaction made it definitely worth it. That was a great reaction.
Of course I've been eating pineapple. Drinks 40, smokes black and mild.
For once, I get to break trip. Hooray!
Oh my god.
So,
The best part was how quick that was too. It was just like.
con save, please, Scruffles.
No, I told you that I prestidigitated it.
It's
I
still
am
blood.
aware.
I'm using my fucking inspiration on it.
Okay.
I'm also really glad it wasn't me saying that. But with Scruffles that says the...
The first few
Things.
mouthfuls are a bit hard for you to get down, just because of the texture of it. Despite the fact that it tastes like wine, it is still blood. And it's a very unusual texture for you to be chugging, so it was a bit tough, but you soldier through it, and you actually do a good job.
When they're done with their glasses, I'll offer to take them for them. And would it be normal to return the glasses to the tavern?
No.
Okay, then I'll just put those in my bag of holding.
Okay. They're flasks. 1 pint flasks.
1 pint flasks. Nice.
And they are glass. You alright over there, Buckle? Starting to match your chair, bro.
I think Dingo's concerned. He like came walking up like, what are you doing?
He's just shoving a frisbee on me. It's fine.
Oh, it's frisbee time. We're laughing. That's how we know that it's frisbee time.
It's after midnight. Let's play games that run around and make noise. It's fine.
Yeah. Gotta wild out, man. What up, Sansa? Awesome.
So now, did I make a mistake with the whole Kendrick thing?
Yeah, probably, and I'm really hoping it won't come back to bite us in the ass, but we'll see.
If it does, I'll
Eh?
take the
Get
full-
it?
Oh god, lady, that was a fantastic joke.
I feel like that was in character, like the A.
Yeah, but if it does come
Perhaps.
to that, I will take the full responsibility for that transgression.
As long as we keep a low profile, it shouldn't matter. You chose the best name possible. It worked.
You did write it down in a ledger and put it on that tab.
He just wrote down their order. It's fine. What's done is done.
I'm just, in the interest of full disclosure, I would hate to keep secrets from my friend. I mean,
Well, you also gotta consider how often do people probably pretend that they're from a certain house to gain favors?
Good
Never,
point.
because they would die immediately.
Yeah.
Well,
So as
who
players,
they are.
we're thinking this through. The character's like, that sucks. And in about 6 months, we're gonna die from this. Just throwing it out there.
As
I'll
a
think
meteor
so.
shield comes out of the
Well,
sky
maybe
and hits
not.
one of us, and the Kendrick is like, "You motherfucker! You stiffed my tab."
I mean, meta, I was bitten by the royal family, so I mean, that's gotta mean something.
You're a bastard child.
Or a
Anyways.
voodoo child. Slight refrain.
Not much to do in this backwoods town besides wait.
Alright, so after a few minutes of waiting, a bell begins to toll, and you see people filing into the auction house.
Would you like to accompany me, or would you like me to go and fetch our new slave?
You can take care of that. Thanks.
As you commanded,
Slap you on
lady.
the shoulder.
Thank you. And I turn around and do just that,
Alright.
with my receipt in hand and all it.
Alright. On the inside, Trip, you walk, you see people doing the same. They start lining up off to the side with their receipts.
I line up off the side with my receipt.
Alright, you do the same, Joey?
Yep.
Alright. So, Trip, you have won all 5 auctions.
Sweet.
You now own 4 human males and 1 human female.
Good job, Trip.
Trip, your typewriter's on.
Oh, oops! I thought I had mute.
I assumed it was Thog.
So they give you a slip of paper that shows which slaves that you're supposed to be getting, a brief description of each, and lot 12. And he motions to the side door.
I go to the side door and I'm like, "We want him, Thatch. Let's go get him."
All right, so you head out the side door, and you see several others that were ahead of you in line standing at various intervals on what would appear to you or me out of character like a parking lot, right? So there's kind of like they're just these chalked off squares, and each one has a number. It seems like you're supposed to go to number 12 and wait there.
Okay. I proceed to number 12.
Okay. As for Joey, a little while goes by, the line moves pretty quickly. You get to the front. You have won your auction.
Good.
You now own one human male. Your lot number is 27.
I proceed to the targeted destination.
All right. And for the trio waiting outside the auction house, what are you guys doing? Scruffles, you're pretty certain by now that your aunt is not among those being bought or sold.
Okay. I'd just be waiting then, I guess. There's really nothing else to do.
Is there a less filthy place for nobility to stand while they're waiting for their order to be collected?
There's kind of like a few awnings on the side of the building, just, to get out of the rain.
Okay, so I would quietly usher Ava and Sarah beneath one of those awnings, and then stand just at the edge of it, as now I am their honor guard while Restros is collecting our purchase.
Okay. So
Wait.
you walk over under the awnings. There is what you're assuming to be a human or humanoid, wearing a very thick, heavy cloak, which completely covers head, face, everything except for hands, basically. Is just kind of sitting there on a stool next to where you guys end up. He turns and speaks to you. Speaking to Sarah, specifically. What are you buying?
A slave?
Oh yeah? What's he gonna do for you?
Slave things!
Slavery.
Is that really any of your business?
Just
I don't even
trying
know
to
you.
make small talk.
And who are you?
Who I am is somebody who doesn't like being spoken to so rudely. Good day.
Okay. See ya.
Pretty respectable creep.
Was he another toad person?
Looked like human hands to you.
Oh. Because the voice, I thought it was like an Australian toad person with a big knife and a hat.
Negative.
And like walked away and you hear ching, ching.
Maybe a
ching,
vampire.
cowboy boot.
The three of you can roll perception. Evelyn notices something that the other two do not.
Hmm?
This gentleman has all 10 of his fingers.
Ooh. I kind
Probably a
of
vampire.
lean over to Ammo and I say, what did you say to him?
I asked him what his name was because he was like, "Hey, what are you buying? What's it for?" I'm like, "I don't even know you. Why are you asking me so many questions?"
You should have been a bit nicer to him. And I like hold up all my fingers and like point at my pinky.
Who goes up to a stranger just asking them all sorts of personal questions? I don't think it was rude.
It's what people do. It's called polite conversation.
I can make polite conversation without asking all sorts of personal details.
We're here to find information. Perhaps being polite is in our best interest.
Well, then you tell me next time what our slave is for, because I couldn't come up with anything.
You have a daughter. He could be a manny.
Scrubbing butt. He's a butt scrubbing slave. Doesn't matter.
A chef. A stable boy.
A nanny.
Yeah, I mean,
thieving
at no
bastard.
A
point,
snack.
at no
The guy
point
that
did you
follows
get
behind the
the
horses in the parade.
feeling that he was trying to interrogate you. It was just kind of like small talk, right? You know, you sit down next to a guy at a bus station, and he's just like, "Oh, I see you're drinking Starbucks. What is it? One of those unicorn lattes?" You know, he's not really interrogating you. He's just kind of like, "Oh, hey."
Wait, did he get up and leave?
Maybe that's just me.
No,
but I
he's
just
still
feel
sitting
like,
there.
Oh,
I don't
well,
wanna
if I
talk
like
to this
look
person.
over and he like, I would just like do like a little curtsy.
He's
Was
not
he
even
Some point.
looking.
Oh, okay.
Speaking in far
His
common,
hood
or
is
dressed-
line of sighting you, basically.
yeah, was he speaking Far Common or something else?
He was speaking far common.
Okay.
Really gotta learn Far Common.
I'd like to separate a bit from Sarah and move over to the man.
Oh wait, yeah, Buckle would have known what he was saying.
Right, I
You
can
still have
hear it.
tongues on you.
Yeah, as long as it's not been more than an hour, correct? Talk.
I think it's been like
It has
half
not been an hour. It's been about half hour, 40 minutes. You still got some time.
I will move over to the man and say, apologies for my lady. She has... it's been a trying day in the markets, and the weather being what it is.
Also a little antisocial.
That's the polite way of saying that.
I also only have half a face, so forgive me if I don't like talking to people.
Well, he doesn't know that. It's covered, right? So,
Wouldn't that be a little bit odd if I'm just walking around?
so what exactly are you
totally
saying,
normal,
Buckle?
but with a mask
Listen,
on?
just apologies for my lady. It's been a trying day. The market is very crowded, and the weather being what it is, her temper is short. Her patience is thin.
He inhales through his nose sharply 3 times. She is young. It is in her nature.
True, she has only come about this gift recently.
Oh no.
One of Slytheria's. That explains it.
She
Wild
has not
blood
shared-
makes wild kin.
She hasn't shared this information with me. I but serve upon her whim.
You do so at risk, Paladin.
We travel the same road for a time.
Until your god sees fit to dismiss you from it.
The fate of all clerics and paladins, is it not?
He nods.
What brings you to the market? Surely the same purpose as ours.
I'm seeking something special.
A robust slave, then.
Something befitting of my palate.
Ah, so a meal.
A steady stream of meals.
Ah, so a supplier.
I have a
Pardon
taste.
if Go ahead.
I have a taste for the fairer race. You can roll insight on that.
I'm thinking elves?
You would be correct. They are often referred to as the fair race. And that's kind of global, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Surely that doesn't put you at odds with the House Kendrick, does it?
House Kendrick. I should certainly hope not.
I have made a misstep in that suggestion. My apologies, I've been so brash as to not introduce myself. I am Lord Ma. I serve the Lady Janus. Can I inquire after your name?
Marcus Gravesine. And he offers you his hand.
I take it and give a firm handshake, a soldier's handshake.
Okay. Make a
Ravicine.
Constitution save.
Oh,
That would
sweet
be the
Jesus.
closest.
Thank God.
Okay, your roll has been noted. His
that
hand is
Marcus
like
with a
ice.
K or C on Marcus?
It is a C.
No wonder he is not worried about the Kendricks. Once he introduces himself, I'll give him a kind of...
And you can kind of catch a glimpse of his face beneath the hood. Appears to be very handsome. Very handsome human, well, once human male, now vampire.
I'm
Or
just
maybe
gonna
he
put
was
down
born
on-
as a vampire. You're not really sure. But as far as you can tell, it's not like he was an elf that was made into a vampire or something like that.
As far as I understand, from Garrett's point of view, only the Noctamania family has received Leviatar's blessing and is able to procreate as vampires.
So far as you know.
Okay, so I'm going to assume that he was embraced, to borrow the Vampire the Masquerade term, and that he is a hot AF former human male.
And based on what you know from having all 10 digits, your assumption would be that he is extremely old.
Yeah, I also write down old AF. Has both pinkies. Once he gives his name, Gravicine, apologies, my lord Gravicine, I shall trouble you no further. I was simply offering apologies for my lady Janice. And I will-
Unnecessary. And he kind of gives you just like a dismissive, like, it's cool, wave.
My goal in life is to be so powerful as to just to do the, it's fine. Wait.
Basically, yeah, that's essentially what you get. But he's not really coming across as very terribly arrogant to you. Like, he knows he's powerful, right? But he's not talking down to you at all either. He certainly could if he wanted to.
Okay.
In fact, it might be even a bit off-putting that he's not, because it would kind of almost be expected that, you know, one of the elder houses, and you don't know, like, what his placement in the house is. Like, you don't know if he's the head of it, if he's, you know, the oldest son. You just know that he's a member of that of the house, and his name is Marcus.
Okay, so my initial impression here is that he is likely one of the middling members. He has power, but he sort of eschews it to mingle with the lower tier. Can I insight to see whether or not that is correct?
I'll let you piggyback on your 15 insight for a few things if you want.
Okay.
Based off of the jewelry and kind of state of his dress, general demeanor, you gave him like a soldier's handshake and you almost got like a limp fish cold like response. You would expect him, if he is in any way combat inclined, he is likely a arcane spellcaster.
Ah, okay.
So he might be a sorcerer, he might be a wizard, he might be a warlock. You're not really sure.
From the
But he's-
cloister of the serpent.
Yeah, he's probably a serpent cloister. Yeah.
Most likely. If he is in fact cloistered. You know that members of the elder houses do not have to be. They kind of exist above all that.
Okay. I've exhausted all of my political diplomatic small talk. I left the house before I really learned more. So I will kind of stand there politely but awkwardly.
That like conversation is fizzled out, so you're just like,
Yeah, I have nothing else to offer, but I'm polite enough to stand just like a, what do you got? I'll respond.
After a moment, he inhales sharply through his nose again.
please don't smell me.
You lot have the stench of the abyss on you.
Um, uh, that's true. We do.
Making inroads for your lord there.
Yes.
Pointing
yes,
to your religious symbol.
we actually have. We've just returned with meeting with Asmodeus. Not the goal of the trip, but a welcome result of the. Yes.
I'm gonna hear him stammering and just be like,
You seem nervous. Does my name set you at odds?
Despite serving Asmodeus, it is discomfiting to actually be in his presence, fully and wholly, and not in the presence of one of his avatars.
He nods.
It was an unsettling experience, and it left us with one fewer of our number.
The Lord taketh, and the Lord giveth away.
So true, my Lord Gravesine, so true.
backwards but true.
So it seems like he's willing to have conversation if you have anything else that you want to discuss with him, but he's not really giving you much.
I've noticed. If another moment or so goes by with one of those awkward silences, I will start looking over my shoulder for Resteros and see if he has returned with our slave.
Okay. Immediately as you turn around, I need you to make a charisma save.
Me specifically, or all of us?
You specifically.
Shit sticks. God damn it!
It's
I have a
kinda-
+5.
It's kind
Plus
of line
5.
citing the rest. Without being able to control yourself, you let out a sharp gasp as you turn around, and there is a hulking, beastly figure in front of you who speaks to Lord Gravesine in a language that I don't believe you speak.
However, I am
Do I
under the
speak
benefit
it?
of the spell Tongues.
Tongues, that is correct. So, Scruffles, Ammo, do either of you speak Abyssal?
No.
I do.
Can I learn that? I
Maybe.
want to
So-
learn that. I want to learn
Thank you,
Arcana.
Asmodeus.
So,
Fuck you.
the two of you both understand. This creature looks past you, Garrett, and down to Marcus Gravesine. Are these meat sacks bothering you? And Buckle, like, you literally have to take a step back because his breath is just disgust. It's like rotting flesh on a warm day. A massive, shaggy, four-armed creature with long claws, knees that bend the opposite direction.
Oh,
Is that a
I know what he
bugbear?
is. No, bugbears don't have 4 arms.
Oh.
So, Buckle, if you would like, you can make, well, let's see. Either Nature or Arcana, the three of you. Whichever you prefer, to try and figure out what this creature is.
Doesn't really matter. I know what that is. That's,
Seraphina, well, you guys are... that's close enough. 15's close enough. You may not have ever seen one before, but you've certainly heard tales of them. This is a Dragloth.
A what?
A Dragloth. I will spell it for you.
let's
Is it
see
a
if I Get it
doctor?
right. Hey, I did spell it right.
It is in Roll20 chat. Is that what you were thinking it was, Buckle?
Actually, no, it wasn't.
So, two massive arms and then two kind of like normal size, shorter arms.
I was thinking Glabrizu, because they've got the big arms and the little arms.
They're kind of similar, yeah. But this is more like shaggy, spider-esque almost.
Nyloth would probably like this thing.
Nyloth wouldn't have even had to roll.
According to the Forgotten Realms wiki, they're actually the unholy union of Aglabrizu and something else. I won't spit, but I was halfway there.
Oh,
They look part
Living
crow.
On a prayer.
hating on Bon Jovi. So he's kind of like, what are you bothering my master for? His basic shtick, in case you didn't get that. To which Marcus says, "They are not bothering me."
I was just I was leaving. I will. It was very wonderful to meet you, Lord Gravesine, and I'm just gonna start backing away under my own awning.
Bless. As
He
I see
says-
you like backing away from it.
Pay no mind to
Probably just be
Luthus.
staring at it like,
Apologies, Lord Gravesine, but it's difficult to pay no mind to such an impressive creature as Luthus. Did you say?
Luthus, that is correct. Luthas. He says, "I would like to say that his bark is worse than his bite, but I think you know better."
Oh yes. As much as evident.
Luthus is kind of reveling in your fear, as a matter of fact. He's kind of like puffing himself up and grinning wide, just letting this disgusting saliva drip from his fangs.
Only, I would say maybe 60% of it is fear, and the rest is
Common
show.
sense.
Well, sure, common sense and show, but like I expect that this pair expects this kind of behavior from those not of the second or higher houses, right?
Right, yeah. And you've never seen a Dragloth in person before.
I have never seen a Dragloth in person before, and it is
Fucking
I don't
horrifying.
I don't
is
want to
the
see another
word.
one. Right? This was good. I've had my experience.
I mean, just the size of this creature, the musculature of its arms, the savage nature of its appearance. You're pretty sure that if Mr. Marcus here were to snap his fingers, this Dragloth would make very quick work of the three of you, and probably a good number of the guards that would try and stop him.
Oh, good. So yeah, I've done my experimentation post-college. I'd like to go home now. It's fine. I don't need to...
How much to buy him as the slave?
You can't afford him.
If you have to ask.
Cannot be afforded. You'll have to get your own Dragloth. Says, well, if there's nothing else, I bid you good day.
Oh no. It's been a pleasure meeting you both. Lord Gravesine and Luthus. And I'll give a courtly bow, but when I do it, it's going to be with the upward look through the helm as I...
Luthus reaches forward and offers you his larger right hand.
I'm going to take it. I'm going to
Just roll strength.
It's
Jesus.
gonna hurt.
One.
Oh, sweet Jesus! Yes!
All right. So, like, his hand almost closes entirely around yours, like, just the size difference. But you give it all you've got, and, it's like a test of wills, and, like, you can kind of sense that if he really, really wanted to, he could probably not only crush your hand, but rip your arm free of its socket and fling it into the air without even blinking. But you do see, like, this twinge of, like, deep respect in Luthus's eyes by you, ponying up to the challenge. He wasn't expecting that great strength from a human.
I almost feel like I've made a mistake in being so forthcoming in this shake.
Well, it was him
It's
that
not
offered his
easy.
hand, so you kind of have that going for you.
Sure, but being so strong, I feel like that was a tip off. Like I've made a mistake there, but okay.
It's a nat 20, complains. Okay.
Well, that's like right, like I would
He
have
doesn't
made
know what to
less of
do
an
with
impression,
it.
right? Shut up, Scruffles. Okay. The
I like
moment
when you
he
tell
lets-
her to shut up and you go, okay.
She's not wrong. It's just no one wants to hear her point it out.
I did.
I know. The moment he releases, I take my hand back and scuttle away.
Okay.
Don't worry about that sound.
All right.
If they look this way at all, I like curtsy.
He lets you pass.
And I return to Seraphina's side.
Additionally, let's see. The three of you can all roll insight. All right, Seraphina, Garrett. You're both very aware that Dragloths are very chaotic in nature. And so in order to keep one as a guard, attendant, pet, what have you, they only respect power. And even then, almost begrudgingly, you see this Dragloth defer to this vampire and follow commands with such like a snap to attention type of style that either this Dragloth is a very interesting and one of a kind type of specimen that's really into taking orders, which does not strike you as likely, or this vampire is insanely powerful.
The leader, the grab scene.
Marcus, yes. You know that Marcus has to be insanely powerful in order to have this creature follow him around and be able to control it.
Do we know the
With
last
nothing
name
more.
Gravesine?
Yeah, it's one of the elder houses.
Not only is it one of
Oh,
the
there
elder
it is.
houses, but it's the second in command of the elder houses. Excuse me, third in command.
Third, that is correct.
Gotcha.
So yeah,
You
there.
returned with
You know, he's not wearing a shock collar. You didn't see any explosive runes painted on him or any kind of failsafe. He's literally just keeping this insanely powerful and bloodthirsty creature under control with verbal commands. And you didn't pick up on any kind of arcana there either, like a charm or anything like that. It's just literally, he's gonna do what I tell him because I own him.
So you could
And
likely be
as
the head of the
strong as that
house.
Dragloth is, I'm stronger, is kind of the idea that you get. You are not in Kansas anymore, little Toto. So, back to the slavers. Trip, Ewok. After about, say, 15 minutes, they wheel forward a small cart and start unloading your slaves onto your lot.
Before that, are there other slavers in the lots next to us?
Yeah,
What are the guys to like my left and my right?
they appear to be vampires. Of mercantile, probably. They don't
I'll
appear to
look
have weapons.
My left and be like, what's an apartment cost around here?
You get what you pay for. I mean, someone
What's
such as
medieval
your...
studio apartment?
Still give it like an average, like in an
Yeah.
area, like rent will
Well,
be
you,
like
you get the idea.
$1,000,
He's kind of asking what
$700.
you're looking for. You know what I mean? That's almost like, well, what's an apartment cost in Manhattan? It depends on what borough. You know what I mean?
Just like a quaint little place, like enough for me. And I motion to Thatch, and maybe a little.
Well, I guess that depends. Are you looking to buy outright? Are you looking to rent?
What's rent like? What's buying like?
Well, if you buy,
I'm new
then
here.
you don't have to pay rent. I don't know how much money you are looking to spend. I don't know if you are looking to make a permanent residence, so you tell me.
Like if I was moving here permanently.
Well, then you should buy. It will be much cheaper in the long run.
Uh, like somewhere in the city, but like on the cheaper side.
Minimum, you'll be paying 50,000 for someplace very small.
Oh wow. What about in this scum town?
There is no ownership of land here.
Oh.
You take what you take.
What's rent like in the city for a small place?
For a similar place to rent, it'd be about 1,000 a month.
Jesus.
It's a city. There's a lot of competition.
But I thought cities have like really shitty cheap places.
You're standing in it.
But you said you don't own. This doesn't make any sense to me.
What doesn't?
I'm
What
like-
exactly doesn't make sense?
Like you said, you don't own places here.
In Scumtown, there is no ownership of land.
Yeah, I'm talking like, like shitty apartment with like cockroaches and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that in the city.
We would probably be you'd probably be looking for something in like the second tier.
Right.
Where
Yeah.
That's what I'm
the-
saying. Minimum you're looking at is like 1,000 a month, maybe 750 if you can talk them down.
1,000 gold?
A month. That is correct.
Oy.
How do commoners have houses?
They don't. What you would describe as a commoner would be a slave. And so they don't have income, they don't have property.
There's the real poor. and
Like the Fangs.
real rich.
Yeah.
Like there's the rich
even
who live.
even the
up in, like,
Fangs
the
make a good
metropolis.
amount of money living in this city and doing what they do. But they can afford 1,000 a month.
That's way more than adventuring.
You're very correct. But you're
Why are we adventurers? This is pointless. I'm gonna go retire and heal people or some crap.
Retired and trade slaves?
Yeah.
What you gonna do?
It's up to you. I mean,
Can see his plan crumbling before our eyes.
So, what do I do around here? Just like kick slaves out of a building or shanty thing?
he shrugs. I suppose you could. No one would stop you.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the people you are taking it from might, but the trick is to be stronger. He's waiting.
It's cheaper to revive someone than it is to buy a house.
That's true.
There's something fucked up here. This ain't right.
Or it's a really nice house.
But I'm talking about a shitty house. It's cheaper to res someone than it is to get a shitty house.
Right,
Let
but
me-
their version of shitty and your version of shitty are two very different things, where your version of shitty might not even exist here.
Let me direct you to the Upper East Side.
Right.
Yeah,
Is
even
that the
like
good
a
side or
shitty
the bad
place in,
side?
like a busy
That's the
city.
good side. And even the Lower East Side, which is the bad side, it's still pretty good.
So what's the bad side?
The Bronx.
I don't know shit about
Queens.
I've never been to New York.
Queens, probably.
Queens ain't great. They're getting better, but you know,
Yeah, I guess.
gentrification.
Yeah, recently Queens has taken a few steps up, but like Queens in the '90s was like, ugh. It was like, ugh.
I guess that's what I mean, like Queens.
There's 5 boroughs, and
Yeah,
some are,
so
and some are.
Why not just plant a tree and live in that, Alof?
They're not gonna let you plant a tree in the city.
So, anything else you wanted to ask this guy?
What's he do with his slaves?
I sell them east.
Is
Handsome
there good
profit.
money in that? I've just come up from the Underdark.
Yeah, for those that can farm and plow, can make good steady profit.
I'm gonna pull on Nyloth's robe and just be like,
You wanna go east?
I want to fight.
Oh. Oh. What about fights?
I do not bother with gladiators. It is not something I know.
Oh. Are there non-kill ones?
All gladiatorial fights are to the death. It is the law.
No.
Though towards the east, there are battles with less stringent rules. Perhaps maybe you only lose a limb.
This little one, pet, pet, pet. He's a very good fighter, but I don't want to risk losing him. Or is it a her?
To her.
Oh,
Nods.
I didn't know if it... them.
He nods. Alright, so, your slaves have arrived. All 5 of them. Drover unloads them from a cart, smacks a few of them to stand at attention, and just like kind of a basic club, cracks them on the back of the head with it. They all stand up as straight as they are able. Drover comes over. Now you inspect.
Okay,
Inspect and
Walk.
sign. And he points to a sheet of paper that he's holding. Basically, like, this is for you. This is like the last system of the transaction where you take a close look and make sure you're getting exactly the right ones and that, you know, there's no hidden problems with them, that type of thing.
we'll investigate.
Alright. They're in pretty crappy shape, but, you know, you don't notice any bent limbs or anything that you didn't notice before.
Okay.
It appears to be on the up and up. They're all the same ones that you had written down that you wanted.
Hassan.
It's basically the, is your order correct, sir?
Yep.
Alright. After that, he attaches a leash to each of their collars and hands it to you.
Put it in my leash hand.
Alright. And
I motion for him to hand me the leashes.
Aren't you leashed?
I'm
Yeah,
not
he's
sure.
leashing me, I'm leashing them. I have to show dominance.
He's the house slave?
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Is anyone else doing anything like that? I like look around at all the other people buying stuff. Like, do they have like
Sure, it wouldn't be unheard of.
Okay. I hand her the leashes.
I
All right.
tug on the leashes to get them closer to us.
A few of them kind of stumble, other ones just kind of fall into line.
If the ones that stumble, I'm gonna get up to them and start, like, not hitting them hard, but like hitting. My mic fell.
It's okay.
I have a shitty boom arm, okay?
Shady boom,
But,
shady
like-
boom.
Hitting them to get them to stand up straight.
Sure, make an intimidation check. Okay, they straighten up. The woman begins crying a little bit.
I mock her crying.
Like, she's not, like, sobbing, but you see, like, tears running down her face.
Thatch. I scold Thatch. We will make these people strong. Now let's go.
Alright, and so you exit the market. Out of the east gate, which is appropriate.
Yep.
Alright, young Joseph.
How do the lords need me today?
Well, Drover comes over. Doesn't even have a cart for this one, just yanking him by the leash. Hands it to you. Inspect and sign.
I hold it like close to the collar, so it's got like a tight leash. I wrap it up and, just pull it tight a little bit. Tell them to look it over. Everything appears to be in order. I'll sign. And I want to just stare at this slave in the eyes, like real intimidating like, and sign the paper without looking.
Roll intimidation. Yeah, he won't even, like, meet your gaze. Like, he instinctively looks downward.
Good. And I'll sign for my slave, and as long as it's the one that I requested.
It is your order appears to be correct.
Then I will sign to thank you for your time. Talk to the slave, say, your sins, you need to repent. Come with me.
He nods and just follows you.
And I take him to my lord and ladies.
Okay. So, whole party's back together now.
I wasn't meeting up with them.
Oh, you weren't gonna wait?
No, I was gonna go look for a shanty to kick some homeless people out of.
Okay. What are your criteria?
Weak homeless people to kick out.
No, I meant as far as what kind of structure are you looking to take? You want a tent? You want like a shanty? Like basically built together from planks and plywood?
Yeah, a shanty.
Okay. How big?
Not that big.
Well,
Not
give it to me in
like
terms
half
of
the size
occupancy.
Brooks' house. That place was kind of big for a shanty. Half or 1/4 size.
Okay. It's easy enough to find something like that.
Okay. I unleash Thatch, and I pat her on the back, and I'm like, scare him.
I'm gonna yell, "Rawr!"
Nothing happens. You're standing outside.
Oh,
Oh.
I'm gonna go inside then.
Okay. As you walk in, you see an older human. He appears to be tending to the wounds of a child and several small goblins. He sees you enter, kind of turns and looks at you and says something that you don't understand. It's definitely interrogative, though. He's asking you a question. You can tell that by the tone.
I'll be behind Thatch.
Look back at Nyla.
Do I understand what it said?
Oh yeah, he said, "How can I be of assistance to you?"
Who's your owner?
Make a persuasion roll. He holds up his wrist and shows a brand and says, "I belong to House Miscargos." That's Miscargos. Miscargos. As do the others. He kind of points to the various goblins and children.
I need a place to stay with my slaves. I can help heal you or them.
He kind of like looks around. It's very cramped in there. Says, "We could not possibly stop you."
Okay, motion the other slaves in.
They all file in.
And then I start making good berries.
How many are you gonna make? And who are you giving them to?
One batch is 10. I was gonna give 2 to each of my slaves. How many of these kids are there?
There are 5 individuals, except for the older gentleman, so a total of 6. So there's like 2 kids, 3 goblins, and then the older adult male.
I'll make another batch. Give it to the kids mostly, and give him one. Spread it out as even as I can.
He hands his to the goblin. To one of the goblins.
But before any of them eat anything, especially my slaves, it is a gift from Moander and will make you strong. And in Moander's name, you will become stronger and better than you once were.
Make a persuasion roll.
I'm hoping this works. Can I have advantage because they're sick and then we'll feel actually stronger?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. One of your slaves mutters something to you, like very, very softly. It's definitely far common, but it's an interesting dialect. So make a perception check. It seems like this slave is asking, like, what do we do? Kind of like they're definitely going to do what you tell them. And revering a deity would be included in that. Basically, what he's asking is he doesn't know if there's like some particular like hand gesture or thing that's supposed to be said to Moander. He's looking to you for dogma, basically.
You will fight and get strong, and if you have to, kill in his name.
They all nod and take their good berries. They immediately seem to, you see like what wounds and scrapes and cuts they have begin to heal up.
And Thatch will be your instructor.
They all nod. Anything else you wanted to do here?
Nope. The healing the little kids is a gift to whatever house that was.
I will make
I'll
sure
say
my
to the little
master
guy.
knows of your kindness, sir. He's asking for
Rash.
your name.
Light bat.
Mr. Blightbat, sir, I appreciate your help. It is not often we see a man of your talents in Scumtown.
Thank Moander. And then I leave.
As you leave, you can hear several voices inside say, Moander be praised.
After they do that, I'll like fall in line and do the same thing.
All right.
Like my back will be turned and he hears that and just like,
All right. So, Joey and the rest of the group, what are you guys doing now that you've bought your slave, you've exited through the east gate?
I'll, when I get the slave to him and after we exit, say, so lord and ladies, what is our next, let's go back to, what do we do now?
Perhaps we return to Grak's shack. to
The Grak
question-
Shack?
A fantastic decision as always, my lord. Right this way.
We can question the slave as to the goings-ons of the,
When we get there or before we get there? How do we know we can trust them?
when we get there. That, yeah.
But, I mean, there's something to be said for showing them where our secret hideout is. Do we want to do that?
Oh, that's a good point. That's a very, very good point. Maybe we find us.
Perhaps we feel him up before we get to Greg.
We question him and then we just kill him.
You a slave? Do you speak common?
Is that not? Oh, okay.
Are you speaking in regular common? I take it?
Yes.
He looks at you very confused.
Dragonborn?
Throw out there, you're talking to a paladin of Tyr and a paladin of Lothander, and you're just suggesting to murder a slave.
I mean, I got a little confused. You got the Asmodeus symbol.
Lord forgive me, I'm sorry.
Keep speaking like, what's his face? Silas?
I feel like he's just gonna be, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Poor slave. I don't mean to. Oh,
Please
God.
forgive my sins, Lord. I do not mean to transgress.
I wish I had like an amnesia spell.
So let's question him a bit now here. I assume we have to speak the common of the far variety.
Which we can do. I don't know how much time has passed, and I don't know if tongues
Yeah, you
is
got like
still-
maybe 5 minutes left.
Okay, alright. 5 more minutes.
Yeah, I need to rest before I can cast tongues again.
That is unfortunate.
If we... Fuck, now I'm starting to realize there is a downside to common. No matter what language I speak in, they're going to understand me.
Because of tongues, that is correct.
Oh!
The way it works is like you might be speaking common, but they would hear whatever language they understand.
Right. As long as they can speak a language, they get what I'm saying.
Yes.
Let's match up like a bad dubbed Japanese movie.
Sorta, yeah. To the entire group, we can bring him back to Grax, where he can perform any number of tasks for us.
How about this? How about this, Lord? We blindfold him.
We blindfold him. Brilliant idea. And as long as we stay true to ourselves, There will be no problems.
Correct.
Well done. So we're going to blindfold the slave and bring it back to Grax.
Yeah.
This is not weird at all. We're not doing any 50 Shades of any particular color.
We're just
just-
blinding him.
For no reason. It's fine.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
If anybody
I mean,
questions us, fuck them.
right. Stupid slave, getting all uppity, asking why we're blindfolding him.
'Cause we don't want you to see where we're going, sinner.
Because we said so, that's why.
Yeah, we own you.
I
have
have
a
a feeling
receipt.
Fog's just waiting for the two of us to stop riffing.
Ed, you guys go right ahead. It's Sandbox City.
I'd be heading on the way back to Grax, and I would have left Thatch to watch and start training the slaves.
Well, we blindfold them and we head to Grax.
Yeah, we walk him back.
Alright, so back to Grax you head. It's a little lone shack, and Grax where it's at.
Not bad.
Trip, you heading back to the Grax shack?
Yeah, now I'd be going to look for the rest of them and let them know what I'm up to.
Okay, so you all meet back at the Grax shack.
Who gets there first?
Tripwood. Actually, no, you guys would get there about the same time. I mean, if you want to roll off, you can do that.
No, not necessary.
But it's pretty close. Alright, so back at the Grax shack.
Well, we have acquired our one slave.
Are you
and,
bringing them inside the shack?
Yeah, once we get like inside downstairs situated in the like.
And you
situation
left
room.
yours, right, Trip?
Yeah, Thatch is...
I'm still there watching them.
Okay. So it's just Trip there then. Thatch is with the new additions to the party, I guess.
I'm showing them how to do basic attacks.
Okay.
Like teaching them how to fight.
Roll a d20 and add your proficiency modifier.
My proficiency bonus.
Mm-hmm. Okay, your roll has been noted. They seem to be taking your instructions well.
When once we get down to like the situation room, I'll unblindfold the. Well, I'll actually defer to my lord. Well, now I'll call him Garrett. Mr. Reed.
I cast web on his mouth.
Sorry, this cold is a bitch. I'm so sorry.
Just like Spider-Man it. Like,
Lord Ma. Did I save that well enough?
Dannerfluff, you may want to get out the.
I deserve that one.
Buckle,
Yes,
you
know
need
what?
to get one of those clickers that they use for like prisons when they're like
me
doing a
roll
head
for it.
count.
Let me roll for it, dog. If I transition
shot.
that,
Here's a. I had to
Sure, roll a
put a line
d100.
through.
a D100 out of deception.
That is correct.
Why,
d100.
Lord's punishing me.
Oh, you motherfucker.
You rolled good enough.
Whoo! Lord Ma, is it time that we unblindfold our slave?
As long as it's fine with Grack.
Greg, is it alright with you if we unblindfold our slave? Is Greg even there?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Your property, you do what you want with them.
I will unblindfold him.
Alright.
is Grack a slave?
He is not. Not in the strictest sense of the term.
We're all slaves, man. Slaves to the machine.
Slaves to the table.
So, I take off the blindfold. In the most professional sense.
At this point, has tongues worn off?
Yes.
What about on Seraphina?
She's probably got a few more minutes.
Seraphina, perhaps we should tell him that if we are not present, he should obey Grak in all things and act as though he is Grak's property.
I can add him to my lot when we're done.
We'll discuss that between ourselves.
I'm starting to wonder about Nyloth a tiny bit.
I'm wondering about Nyloth.
Oh, I'm the one training slaves to learn how to fight.
I don't give a shit.
A few at a time.
Open session. You guys tell me what you're doing.
Well, Lord Ma, do you have any questions for our new property?
We need to know more about this region of the world. And the only thing I can say is we can ask where he was captured from, where he was pressed into service as a slave. Has he noticed any troop movements? Does he know if the houses or the noble people are committing their forces to a greater effort? Obviously, he's not going to know many or any of these things, but it's where we should begin.
Yeah, it might give us a bit of a glimpse into his trustworthiness. First off, can I ask him in Far Common, would I know the phrase like how to ask, like, what is your name?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Garrett's just completely launched into tactics, and that's probably a people person thing to do.
Yeah, like, I feel like out of the Far Common phrases that I picked up, I would know how to ask somebody their name.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty standard.
Yeah.
You'd at least know the word for name and be able to present it in like an interrogative kind of sense. You could just be like, name?
Name?
Right.
Okay.
Whereas if you tried to get more complicated than that, you might goof it up entirely.
No, I'm just gonna name real demandingly.
You can roll persuasion or intimidation. It all depends on how you want to phrase it.
Persuasion. I don't want to be intimidating, I don't think.
Jamie Mungo.
Speak up.
Jamie Mungo.
Jamie Mungo, I say.
Is that sufficient to you, Lord?
I don't know what he's saying anymore.
I put it in chat.
Yeah, you said his
And
name.
Trip said it out loud.
His name is Jamie Mungo. Where you? Oh, shit, I probably don't know that. Shit. May I speak with you for a moment, Lord Ma? Alone, privately.
Sure.
I can talk to him.
Hold on, Rash. Now I'll take Lord Ma off to the side. Now we find ourselves in a bit of a situation. We can't necessarily talk with the slave. The only one that can is Nyloth. And between you and me, you've known him for longer, but something about his motivations don't seem holy to me. Do we trust him to relay information for us?
So far, I trust him with my life.
I'm just asking, because you've known him for longer.
He's given me no reason to doubt him so far.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you very much, Lord. I'll back away. And,
Every time you say that, I feel like you're like talking to God, like, thanks, Lord.
I have to be really careful to use. There's a big difference between the Lords and like the Lord and like God and the gods. I have to make sure that I always say the gods, not God.
You could do either. It all depends on how you're playing your character.
But like just saying like thank you to the God, to God sounds different than like thank you to the gods. Seems more world fitting.
Well, it's the difference between monotheism and polytheism.
Exactly. Rash, would you mind asking him where he's from?
Where are you from?
Brackenport, master.
He said Brackenport.
When I'm writing all this down.
Do we know where Brackenport is?
You've never heard of it before.
Ask him where Brackenport is. In
Where's-
relation to where we are.
Where's Brackenport in relation to where we are?
North. Very far.
Very
Ask him-
far north.
Thank you. Ask him what he used to do before this. What is his specialties?
Did you do before this? Before you were here?
Fisherman, sir.
He's a fisherman.
Ask him if he's useful for anything else.
Do you have any other skills?
He kind of thinks for a moment and says, I know how to use a net.
Ask
He knows
him
how to
what-
use a net. That is a good skill.
That is good. Ask him what he wants to be.
What do you want to be?
Don't understand. You own me.
He doesn't understand the question.
Tell him that we're good people and we're willing to listen to what he wants when we're making our decision.
They're willing to consider what you would want when making
We
decisions.
are very benevolent owners.
Thank you for the bit, Vodrin. And he says, I'd like to go home. Try to find my family.
I look to Lord Ma. Or, well, sorry, I keep forgetting that you have to,
Yeah.
like, translate it for me. Oh, man.
He'd like to go home and find his family.
Tell him if he works with us, we can help him do that. But it will take time, and it could be, costly to us and to him. But it's something I can commit to doing.
He said, I point at Buckle, he will try and help, but it may end up being costly. And
I
it will
haven't
take
got any
time.
money.
I don't think he meant that kind of cost.
I'd do anything to get back to me family.
Is he hurt?
He's malnourished, but aside from like a few minor cuts and grazes and scrapes, maybe a few lash marks on his back,
I'll
he
walk up
appears
him
to be in
and-
good shape.
I want to walk up to him and do lay on hands.
Okay, how much you putting into him?
Let me refresh exactly how much. Pound times 5. I'll just do 10 points of lay on hands.
Okay. Your curative energies surge into him. He immediately stands up straighter, kind of stretches out a little bit. You can see the scrapes and bruises immediately healing and mending. Lash marks on his back disappear. They don't even scar. Like the wounds are so fresh that the curative magic prevents him from scarring. But I mean,
Yeah,
he's got scars here and there, but you're guessing those are from him spending his life as a fisherman. Like he's probably got gnarled up hands and.
I'll offer him a drink from my water skin.
He takes it very thankfully.
I'll say, drink as much. Rash, tell him he can drink as much as he needs.
You can drink as much as you need.
He immediately just starts swigging. Like he hasn't had a drink of clean water in days. He might not have.
I tell him, slow down. And try and, do the thing where, drinking too fast is really bad for you.
No, I'm not gonna make you roll persuasion, because that's kind of common sense. Like, even a commoner would kind of know that. So he would be drinking, really, really heavily, and then you say that, and he kind of, nods and takes a breath.
I'm gonna.
Why are you so kind to me?
He asks why we're so kind.
Because we're going to work him. We're going to work him terribly, and it's going to be unfair. But, at the end, if he does well, we'll return him home.
Do you relay that?
The worst is yet to come.
He kind of like takes a second and looks down at the ground and nods. I'd do anything to see my wife and children again, even if it kills me. I've got to try.
He'll try as hard as he can, and I point at Garrett. I don't say Garrett.
He nods. I'm very lucky. Thank you.
He
What did
said
he say?
thank you,
Okay, good.
and he's very lucky.
Tell him
Tomorrow
that
be
we're glad.
praised.
Tell him that we're glad.
What was that?
Tomorrow be praised.
Tomorrow be praised, he said.
It's a fairly common deity. She's the deity of luck. I'm pretty sure, right? Please tell me I didn't fuck that up. Yeah, Lady Luck. Tymora. And very, very common deity. It's a fairly common expression to use. Even, like, it's not denoting that he's a worshiper of hers, just, you know, thank Lady Luck, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, like bless you. You know.
Yeah, it's a fairly common phrase. Widely used.
I look to Lord Mom. Well, how much information do we divulge to him?
None. It's a liability, like Brack said. If we let our demeanor and our appearances slip, and he lets slip our names, all of us could be killed.
Well, we did kind of screw the pooch by telling him Greg's name and saying it in front of him.
If I had to guess, and I kind of glance, sideways over to Grack, he's probably well known in Scumtown. Not many people have a shack as grand as this.
He nods.
We're probably safe. He takes in
People like us.
people like us, but not so much like us. It's a good cover for now.
Well, what's our next play?
Grack will give you some additional information as well, kind of because you're having this conversation. He's going to tell you that he's shut his doors to everybody else except for your group while you're staying here. You know, he's taken that security precaution on himself.
Thank
Because he
you,
doesn't
Greg.
want to get caught any more than you guys do. In fact, less so probably because you might at least be able to put up a fight. If the lash comes for him, he's fucked. There's nothing he can do.
As always, Greg, you are my savior.
Okay. I never got to ask. I never got to ask Grack if he knew the name Toulon or Annabelle.
No, you did not. Are you asking him now?
Yeah.
Thinks for a second, scratches his head. Annabelle, eh?
Annabelle Toulon. You'd remember if you saw her, or at least heard of her.
Annabelle, where do I know that name? Make a persuasion roll.
No, I didn't use my inspiration.
Oh, I know the name. Let me do some asking around, yeah?
Please, I'd appreciate it.
So he's gonna ask some people that he knows in Scumtown to see if they know the name.
Yay.
Would you like me to do that now?
As soon as possible would be wonderful.
Alright, you'll be staying here then.
Mm-hmm.
What about your other one? Seems like one's missing.
Kind of look at
Thatch.
Nyloth.
She's training the new slaves.
Alright.
How do you pronounce the house with the M that I helped? Like 10 minutes ago?
Started with an M.
Yeah, was it the... I don't know if it was Murtav.
It wasn't.
Ooh, okay,
It was not one of the elder houses.
Mortadelli.
it was like... I thought mucus.
It was
That's-
it was one that we hadn't heard yet.
Yeah,
That is correct.
don't remember how to pronounce it.
Gotta take notes, bro. You'll have to go
Yeah, I
back
didn't
and
write
watch
it
the
down.
VOD.
There.
If you can't remember, you'll have to go back.
Womp, womp, womp.
It did start with an M. It was not one of the elder houses.
Miscargos.
Escargot?
Close, but Miscargos.
Oh,
That is correct. Buckle, take inspiration.
damn.
And write it down this time.
Burn.
Well, I mean, I couldn't read it because I'm borderline illiterate.
No, I meant for your own notes as a player.
Like IRL?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Charlie
don't...
Day?
I
Who?
think that's what he's saying. IRL. He's
Yes.
You want me to spell it? Miscargos. Miscargos.
I
So
wanna,
yeah, house miscarriage. Sorry.
What?
I want to walk over to our slave, and can I loosen the strap around his neck?
Mhm.
I'll loosen it a little bit, not like take it off, but loosen it so he's not.
He looks at you appreciatively.
I look down on him, well, not appreciatively, but I look down on him just neutrally.
Okay. He continues to look at the ground. Even despite the kindness you've shown him, it looks like he's been pretty well beaten into submission at this point.
Good.
Generally, the slavers that take these people captive will take it upon themselves to break their spirits because, you know, why you gonna sell somebody extra work, you know?
Do we have any more questions for him, Lord Ma?
I'm sure we'll develop more as time goes on.
Well, what should we assign him to now?
Perhaps keeping Grak Shack in a somewhat tidier state? No offense, Grak, but
Yeah, Greg.
that
we do
puddle
kind of-
over there seems to be growing rather than shrinking.
Well, that's because I keep feeding them.
Well, how about this, Greg? For the day, we'll assign Slave Mungo to you to clean up your shack. You tell him what you want cleaned, what you want organized, and he will see to it.
Yeah, I could use an extra hand in the storeroom.
Good. Make sure that he is well fed and not dehydrated.
He nods.
If he incurs any expenses, we'll take care of it.
He waves his hand.
Don't worry about it.
You are, as always, very kind. Now, go on, Jamie. Whatever Grax says.
He nods. Grak brings him, back basically where you guys came from, the storage room where you had left the abyss. Brings him down there, and you can hear some things starting to get moved around. Grak comes back up.
He'll work out. Strong as an ox.
Good. Make sure to keep his spirits high, but not too high.
He nods.
How did your ventures go out in the market today, Rash?
I got some sick slaves to heal and train to fight.
I'm glad things worked out.
Anything else?
No, I'm just kind of staring at
This is open session. If you guys have questions or anything that you guys want to do, now's the time to do it.
No.
If it's evening, I'd probably be hunkering down for sleep.
I'm imagining that you guys are probably going to be sleeping soon, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's up to you. You guys can, of course, stay here. It's not the Ritz-Carlton, but it's dry, and the beds have fresh linens, so...
I have slept in worse.
Indeed,
Particularly in
you
the
all
beds.
have. You all have.
My bed smells like me. I like it. I'm gonna sleep here.
I'm gonna go back to Thatch if we're done here.
All right. Grak walks with you a part of the way. He's off to speak to some other people in Scumtown about what they might know about this Annabelle Toulon. And Ewok, I need you to make a perception check.
Okay. I was in the middle of giving them a speech.
Okay, proceed with your speech.
I have a speech, actually, if I can give it to them.
You may.
They're all doing sit-ups and push-ups right now,
Okay.
and I'm looking down at them. Let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place. And I don't care how tough you are. It will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, nobody's going to hit harder than life. But it ain't how hard you hit. It's about how hard you get hit and keep moving forward. How much you could take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. That's it. That's my speech.
Why do I recognize that?
Take inspiration.
I have inspiration already.
Oh, well then take 25.
They over here owning slaves. Getting experience.
You're not sure whether they understood you or not, but they kind of get the gist of what you were doing, and they just repeat again, "Praise Moander,"
All about the cadence.
and genuflect accordingly. All right, and after a short while, Nyloth has returned.
I kind of stand up straight, making sure the slaves are looking at me.
Actually, in fact, Nyloth, make a perception as well. Okay. You notice kind of like at the edge of your vision as you're reaching the shack, and like kind of right as it's going around a corner, there's like a whole throng of like very shiny armored vampires making their way towards the slave market. Like a whole train, you know what I mean? Like you would expect whoever isn't like, you know, they're carrying, what is it called, like a litter? What are those things in Game of Thrones that they always fucking ride around King's Landing in?
Palanquin.
A palanquin.
I thought a palanquin was just a couch, though. I didn't think it had a roof.
No, it can be covered. I'm pretty sure.
Can it be covered? Anyway, well, you get what I'm saying, right? So there are 3 of those, and just like a whole retinue of guards and attendants following. And also, you know, carrying them, obviously. And since you rolled a 25, you can roll history. Just a normal roll for that. You recognize immediately the seal of House Kendrick.
Dun dun dun.
Keep wanting to add Lamar.
And they're rushing somewhere?
They're moving with purpose, but I wouldn't say that they're rushing.
Could I, like, nonchalantly sort of follow them? Like, or would it be like I have to, like, turn around and follow them?
It would be the opposite direction, yeah.
Oh.
But I mean, you could. It's up to you.
I'm interested. Like, I'll do the tourist walk. Like, if they get too far out of, like, I don't know where they went.
They're very easy to follow in this crowd. They definitely stand out.
Okay.
Losing them would probably be the least of your concerns. I'm guessing that you don't want to be spotted following them is probably your primary concern, yeah?
Yeah, like, I guess it'd be stealth.
It would definitely be stealth. Okay. You follow them all the way back to the slave market. You see several very finely dressed individuals, all vampires, make their way out of the palanquins and into the auction house. As several other, not quite as finely dressed individuals make their way through the stacks and start taking notes, much like the same way you saw. Looks, best guess, they're there to buy some slaves.
Hmm. Can I go into the market too?
Sure. You have to wait in line again, but they'll let you
Okay.
in. Takes a few minutes. Alright, so you're back in the slave market. What do you do?
Is it easy to spot them, like what they're looking at? Like what kind of slaves?
Like, you're trying to gauge what they're looking for?
Yeah.
Roll insight. It looks like they tend to be spending more time closer to the auction house, so the more expensive ones, the fighters, the really well-built ones, those who might have talents.
And you said I know it's Kendrick?
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
I'm just gonna walk up and be like, I have a question. I'm new.
Who
To
are
like
you
one of the
asking?
guards. Or I'm guessing it, like the main Kendrick would have guards.
Mhm.
I'd be like, can I talk to, is it a lord or a lady Kendrick?
Make an intelligence roll. Don't even ask.
Oh.
You'll get yourself in trouble by asking. Typically, nobles and noble families, if they're out and about in the streets with this many guards and this throng of you know what I mean? Like, it's because they don't want to be bothered by people. So you just going up and being like, hey, can I talk to them? They're going to be like, what are you, out of your fucking mind? Yeah, it strikes you as a bad idea. Not to say that you can't talk to them, but there's probably like a whole thing you gotta go through, like make an appointment, basically. You wouldn't just walk up to them on the street and be like, "Hey!"
Can I ask a random vampire what slave looks appetizing?
Sure.
Like
Just,
5-10 gold range.
is this a Kendrick guard or is this an auction house guard?
Just like another vampire, like slave seller or buyer.
Sure. Takes you a few minutes to pick one out, but looks to be just like a merchant. So you walk up to him, and what do you say?
I'd be like, excuse me.
He looks at you, raises an eyebrow.
I am obviously not vampire. If you were to buy someone slave to eat in the 5 to 10 gold range,
Sorry.
oh, I
Benzyme's
thought that was his reaction.
Benzyme scared me. Holy shit, Benzyme, rocking through with a $20 holla. Says, it's a hot 20. Be careful. The hottest of 20s. Let's get some love up in chat, please. Let's throw those L's up from my man Benzyme, longtime supporter of the channel. Perfect jump scare. Thank you. And also moving that goat bar forward. If we get that filled, I'll be doing a 12-hour D&D stream, which means more story for you guys. And also, I'm really hoping that if we get to do this 12-hour stream, that maybe Homer and Buckle and Scruffles and Ammo and Trip will be able to join me for part of that to play their higher level characters.
I get to be Solace?
If we get the Go Bar full and I get to do a 12-hour stream, I will definitely do something for you guys because I actually have something in mind that would be like amazing story-wise and super epic for you guys to play, and I'm super excited about it. I really hope I get to do it.
Just exclude me, dog.
Yeah, because
Okay.
Oh, you're not excluded. I'll have a
didn't
different
say my
game.
name.
I'll have a different game for
Joey,
young Joseph
as long
to
as
play.
you don't get 3 more check marks, you can be part of Joey's stream.
That sucks. I don't
No,
like
but-
that.
keep on that, Ewok.
I was specifically saying them because they were the Tomb of Horrors group, and they were kind of on me about, I want to play this character more. So I've been
fucking
thinking a way
sauce.
to make that work. So that's for what is going on? It's the end of the stream, you animals! Holy fucking shit, Homer dropping $100 fucking and says, I'm in.
Play Sydney.
That is a strong confirmation from Evil Homer. Holy shit.
That's exactly.
Blow it
the
up,
energy.
chat. Drop them L's. Them Thetha L's if you got them. If not, any hearts will do.
Lethal.
Less than 3s, bleed purples,
Lethal.
jam loves if you got them.
You need to name an NPC.
C-Pax
Lethal.
mois.
Lethal.
Thetha? Thethal?
Lethal with a lisp.
Lethal! It's Lethal! He'd be a halfling and he'd talk like this. Oh, why don't I ever get to go on adventures with you guys? Is it because my name's Lethal?
Yeah, unfortunately it is. That's why.
Shut up.
You talk like a dick.
And he'd do that, like, remember from Pat? What was that from? A lot of people
Saturday Night
say,
Live.
what's that? That's Pat. Oh. I'm just trying to be an adventurer. Oh. I'm so sorry. We went way off on a tangent, and we're actually going pretty late. So thank you
Pretty
guys.
late.
Oh, we're
Says
late.
the chick
We
who
didn't
wasn't
notice.
here for 3 weeks in a row. I'm not interested.
Schedule is a schedule, sir. Okay.
I am aware.
I've got meetings to attend.
Schedules and meetings. Holy shit, Homer. Thank you very much again, dude. I really appreciate that, man. That fucking helps me out a lot. So I'm sorry, I completely lost track of where we were because Benzyme scared the shit out of me. You were asking a question, Trip.
I was asking a vampire what is a good looking slave for a bite to eat to gift someone.
Holy Holy shit.
Booty was like, "Fuck you, Homer. I'm coming in on top."
Yeah, dropping $100.01 says, I'm in. More. Clearly.
Such a Price is
What
Right,
in the
fuck you.
What is with this 100 train out of fucking nowhere? You guys are hitting me from fucking left field. What is this? Keep spamming love, guys. Keep it fucking moving, man. That's fucking insane. That is ridiculousness. Bodrin, thank you so fucking much. That you guys are fucking out of your minds with this fucking generosity. I fucking appreciate it, but holy fucking shit, guys. God damn.
The Lord give you the blessings today.
For that, I will give you a hint about what the high-level characters might be playing, should we fill the bar. I'll give you a little taste. Last time we did a 12-hour stream, Trip and Homer went on a special adventure by themselves, in which they were escorting a young individual out of the city of Waterdeep as it was under siege.
I feel like it's like almost like dogs running out of batteries. Keeps like.
Homer just broke me with $150. What is this? What are you doing? This is mass madness, you lunatics!
Fuck. Wait, you're also being rated by Jim.
What is...
Well done. You broke him.
Oops.
We're never getting out of here tonight. You broke him.
Welcome everyone to Divinity of Pain. Trip, you were saying?
Yeah, take over for a second for me, Joey, would you?
Yeah.
I trust you. I trust you.
Trip, you were wanting to ask what?
What slave looks appetizing? For 10 gold.
I don't want to fuck anything up.
Come on,
Look
Joe, you got
equally
this
appetizing.
DM without any notes or
Roll
any idea
medicine.
where the story's going.
I don't care. It's all blood to me. They all look tasty and delicious by my account.
You so that's great.
Delicious, tasty, nutritious. Are they full of blood?
Trip, roll medicine to determine
Trip,
which
roll
one
medicine.
looks the healthiest.
Yeah.
I would agree with Ammo. And also, huge
Uh.
fucking thank you to Jam for the Jam Raid. Thank you to Homer, Vody, Homer again, Bensheim.
Trip,
Fucking end of the stream ridiculousness. Ridiculousness. I don't even...
wait, who
I-
are you asking? Trip, who,
He's looking for the most appetizing looking
well, who's he asking?
blood bag, basically. He's asking like a merchant vampire.
Oh, he's gonna point over to a large, burly-looking, slave with very prominent veins. That one.
That one looks plump and full of blood.
I go and put 10 gold down on it. And if I win, gift it to the Kendrick. / their soldier's knack.
Are you talking to me?
No, I go over to the whoever's selling it.
Alright, right away, sir. And, you fill
Guys,
up
you
the
gotta
top
give me a
table.
minute, man. Homer just fucking filled the bar.
It's all good. You fill up the top.
So, you know, it's
Homer.
10 days into July, and we're going to be doing a 12-hour stream with our high-level characters.
Yeah.
I get to flex Solace sometime this month.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Bucko gets to be a prick.
Holy
Yeah.
fucking shit, Homer.
I just get to put a veneer
Holy
on my normal
fucking
personality.
bejesus, guys. How the fuck did we fill the bar? I think we
You-
were at like $20 and it went from 20 to full in the course of 15 minutes. Not even. I've never seen anything like this. I urinated. I'm not gonna
Slap you in
lie.
the mouth.
It was a little bit, but I did. I'm not gonna hide it.
Maybe use that money to get, a few diapers, some puppy pads or something.
Holy
buy bulk
fucking
with that
shit, guys. Holy fucking shit.
Puppy pads just encourage him to keep pooping in the house. It's not really a good thing.
Mm. Well, I mean, he was gonna do it anyway, though.
That's fair. That's fair.
I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say to this. I don't even
I mean,
know what to
start
do
with
with
thank you and-
myself.
Start with
Not sure what to do with my hands. Thank you. Fucking ridiculous amount of fucking support tonight. You guys are out of control. I don't deserve this. But thank
Ow,
you
ammo.
so fucking much.
I recommend this.
Rip
I don't deserve it at all.
Rip ear users.
Thank you so much, guys. Like, I really can't even express. I can't. I don't even know how. I don't.
Do we have a date?
I'm just
for
gonna keep
12 hour
saying
yet?
negatives until something makes sense. Because I can't. Holy
When is the
fucking
12
shit.
hour gonna be?
I will make sure that it works for all of you guys who are participating in that. But it will likely be on like either a Wednesday or a Friday, because those are the days that I don't have other things planned. But we'll discuss that after the stream. I'm sure you guys want to get the fuck out of here. I'm so sorry. I feel like I'm holding you hostage with this fucking support that I'm getting, but like I can't even function now. But hold on, let me focus for a moment. Trip, you rolled an 18. You found a very young and very beautiful looking woman, who is like, she's like in one of the first 2 rows of stacks next to the auction house. She appears to be like the most healthy and vibrant of anyone in the cages that's not specifically probably there for like fighting purposes. Like most of the ones closest to the auction house are there because they're like the gladiators. They're going to be the first ones to get bought by and large. Like they sell very quick, so it's for a matter of convenience, right? But the bulk of the ones closest to the auction house are your fighters, you know, the ones that they're going to put into the gladiatorial combat and try and make their money back on them that way. But additionally, you do see other, you know, attractive individuals who they might, like a vampire just might want a handsome looking servant, you know what I mean? To further express their own wealth and power. Like, it's almost like a power trip. Power trip. That's the kind of trip that you plug into the wall. Don't plug yourself into the wall, Trip.
I mean, you should. Then you could be Jamie Foxx in Spider-Man 2.
I don't like thinking
Which
of
is
that
technically
movie.
Spider-Man 5.
No. That's the Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Still Spider-Man 5.
Technically,
I don't like
sort of, yeah.
If you count all of them together,
Don't get into the semantics of this. Just keep going.
All right. So sorry, guys. Like I'm holding you guys hostage, but yes, you did find one that would probably be a tasty morsel, you would imagine, for a vampire.
Put 10 gold down on it because that's all I have on me.
Okay, and you know full well that you're probably going to be outbid.
Yep.
There's a very strong chance that you will be outbid.
I'm hoping
But
they don't notice because
in the spirit of moving things forward, unless there was anything else you wanted to roleplay, we can just go right to that. We'll just flash forward a little bit so we can get Scruffles out of here before she murders me. I don't know what that gesture means, but I'm terrified. It's like
It's a
some
heart.
Canadian.
Like, the heart.
Okay.
that
all
is
right.
the
The first time
laziest-
I saw it, it took me a long time to figure it out.
I was like, is that some Canadian go fuck yourself? Like, I don't know. Or
No.
and also Buckle, I saw earlier. Thank you for getting the shout out for Jam. If you guys don't know who Jam is, you fucking know who Jam is. But if you don't know who Jam is, the Jam Jar, sorry, Jam Jar, for the correct spelling. If you guys don't know who he is, amazing fucking streamer, tremendous guy, big supporter of my channel, and just genuinely amazing fucking dude. He's been doing a lot of GTA RP. It's actually his server that I've been playing on, and so also big thanks for that, Jam. I've been having the fucking time of my life, really. Been trying to get into some kind of outside of D&D roleplay for a long time, and I've really gotten into a good groove there, dude. I'm really having a fucking blast. So much appreciated for that playground, I guess you could say, where I get to flex my RP nuts a little bit. So Trip, roll. First pick high or low.
Hi.
All right. I'm going to give you a 10% chance that you win, which I think is pretty fair. What? What the fuck is going on tonight? Are you kidding me? Somehow.
You gotta stop giving me 10% chances on things I want.
Gee, and with 100, he puts a fucking nail in it. Nail in it.
Last time was
Jesus.
for the fucking tub.
Trip coming in with 100 of his own for the love of all the cocks. You've won the auction, and your meaning is you're gonna gift that basically to House Kendrick.
Yep.
Are you going do you want to do like floral arrangement style where you add like a little card, or just here, have this?
Yeah, I guess
you're probably going to want to
card.
explain it at least to some degree. Or the attention that you get from it might be not of a variety that you're comfortable with.
New in town, looking for gladiator tips or something like that, like gladiator domina tips. That's the right word.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you could use that.
Domina tips. Rash.
What's
Like that.
oh, shit. What's your stable called in that game? Like what is it called? There's a word for it. Somebody in chat might be able to help. In the game Domino, like your group of gladiators, what is that called? Your house, like what is that called? There's a specific word for it. Chat'll get me. But yeah, so you're essentially looking to make like a diplomatic inroad of like giving them a gift and like saying, "Hey, can we have a meeting?" essentially, right? That's kind of what you're going for.
Thought you might like it. Best I could find.
Okay. Make a persuasion roll with advantage. And I will also allow you to add a d4 to your roll, because of the quality of the gift that you're giving. Alright, so total 18 persuasion. You write like a very formal and appropriate note. Like you're eager but not over eager. So it's kind of like, obviously you're giving them this very fine gift. And so your message, your note is commensurate with that. You're pretty sure you should hear back from them pretty soon. And how do you want them? Ludus, thank you. That is what I was looking for. So how are you asking them to get in touch with you? It could be something as simple as if we could meet at the slave market on this day. You'll probably want to give them a day or two to figure it out and maybe look into who you are a bit before they make that call. But I mean, the gift will speak for itself. You were very proper in how you worded everything. So yeah, you could do something like meet me at this place at this time. I'm assuming you're probably not going to want to send them to Grax, but
yeah, I'll say like I'll be at the market from like 9 to midnight every night or something, because vampires like nighttime.
Nighttime's the right time.
And I like nighttime because I'm a drone, even though it's got that overcast.
Okay. So, I'm as you're going through this and writing the note, you see that she is taken from her slave pen and brought into the back. To which the auctioneer that you're speaking with he'll kind of give you a little bit of information and tell you that the noble houses, they often send kind of like emissaries to do their buying for them as opposed to coming to the auction themselves. And that's who this retinue would be from. Like, you're not seeing any of the actual Kendricks right now. These are more like their trusted advisors and things like that they send to the market. And so, in doing so, just to make things kind of easier, they actually have their own chamber in the back where they can store, it's kind of like a self-storage for human cattle, essentially, in the back, where they'll be, bathed and dressed in finery and then brought to the Kendricks. Because they're not gonna, you're not gonna send them like some mangy, dirtied up slave, they're gonna, anoint with oils and bathe and place in fine linens and all that kind of shit. So it kind of goes with the territory. But you're sure that you're not getting, like, everything seems on the up and up.
Okay. Sweet.
So I take it
just head home.
You'll head back home? Okay.
Yeah, to
Grat,
Thatch.
one last thing, and then we're done for the night, I promise. Scruffles, Grat comes back.
All right. Well, do you want the good news or the bad news?
Bad?
Well, the bad news is that this Annabelle, if it is the Annabelle, she is owned by the ruling house.
No.
Specifically, she is kept as handmaiden to Platra.
Uh-huh.
Who you know is the wife of Prince Regent Noximus. Essentially second in command to everything that you see.
Platra. See.
That's Platra. Platra.
Oh. Okay, Platra.
Yeah, not Ploptra.
That was Platra.
Ploptra. Ew.
Plop.
What's the good news?
The good news is Annabelle's a fairly uncommon name. It would be quite a coincidence if that wasn't who you're seeking.
Thank
So
you.
your best bet at finding her is at the Grand Citadel of the Dark Lady.
How am I supposed to get in there?
Not my department, I'm afraid. I'll do whatever I can to help you, but to be frank, I'm not really sure.
Kind of look around at the rest of you like,
Though
I need
perhaps
your help with this.
And he scratches his head for a moment.
Follow me on this for a moment. So,
Uh-huh.
the Citadel of the Dark Lady. That is where the head priests and priestesses of Leviatar congregate. Sorry, I can't make it. Oh, it got
You
right in my
okay?
throat. It got right in my throat.
Greg, are you all right? I'll use lay on hands on Greg.
He appreciates it.
Does not seem to be working. I don't know.
Ooh, I got the dry throat. Awful. Save me, Pepsi.
Ooh. You ever get like super dry throat and then it's like somebody stabbing you on the inside of your neck? Jesus. I've cried enough for one evening. Leave me alone. All right. So he tells you that Leviatar, her temples are like the tippy top of that cloister, right? There's kind of a hierarchy. Asmodeus is pretty up there as well. So he he offers forth the idea that you could play as emissaries of the Church of Asmodeus, and maybe you could. And he's speaking very generally. It's not as simple as just walk up to the door and be like, "Yeah, we're here for Asmodeus." He's do a couple of that, maybe some of this, maybe a couple dum-dums. Like it's there's a bit more diplomacy and stuff like that you would, like, hoops you'll have to jump through. But that would be a possibility. Because typically you're not going to see much in the way of anything besides paladins and clerics going in and out of there.
Would we be able to break in?
He laughs at that, like hysterically laughs.
Well, how are we going to get her out?
He shrugs. That's the trouble with sandboxes, I'm afraid. You kind of got to come up with your own solutions.
I don't like sandboxes. I like quests. Tell me
Yeah,
where to go.
I know you do, but I like to have a little bit of everything. So this is that part where you guys got to figure out your own way. But you've got a week to decide. That's where we're going to wrap it up. Unless anybody else had any unfinished business that you wanted to get to before the very end. We're good? All right. On that note, for fuck's sake, thank you guys so much. Holy fucking shit. I got like 1 million followers tonight. We filled the goat bar. I am doing a 12-hour stream. So thank you to Benzyme, Homer, Vody, Jam for the host. You guys went fucking ham tonight, especially Homer. Holy fucking shit, dude. You fucking dropped a ridiculous amount of money on me tonight, man. Like, I can't... Bodrin, why you throwing a bid in? Why you throwing a bid in, too? You don't need to do that! It's too much! But seriously, guys, I was not fucking expecting that at all. Like, I kind of just mentioned in passing that we would do that as part of the 12-hour. And Homer just could not fucking help it. He's got to get his sneak on. He really wants to play that passive perception of 37 character again.
That was great to have.
Yo, can I just say, can we fight shit that my spells can affect? Just whatever idea you got going on, you know.
So, I will
just
give
want-
you guys an idea of what it is that you might be facing. I kind of touched on this a little bit before I got aped on with donations again. But the last 12-hour that I did, Homer and Trip were playing kind of a side quest where they were escorting a young lady by the name of Nina out of the city of Waterdeep while it was being attacked. You also heard of Nina as being referred to as what? Do any of you guys remember? She had a title. No? Alright, I'll tell you. It was the Platinum Scion.
I think that's a Monday night thing.
It was also mentioned on Monday nights, but it was first mentioned during the 12-hour.
Was this attack perhaps during Jaga's attack upon?
That was, in fact, Jaga's attack upon the Sword Coast. So, where we had left off with the Tomb of Horrors characters, do you remember where you left off?
Yeah.
The Ilmatican.
The Ilmatican, that is correct.
Snatched back from the clutches of death.
So, the Ilmatican is definitely going to be a place of grand importance with this global war now happening. And they are going to need all the help that they can get. That is where y'all come in. So,
like...
Sorry,
Okay.
go ahead, Buckle.
I was just, so like, Solace and Sydney and Derriere Latouche and all them peoples is in real time with the rest of this stuff?
It is.
Shit, Solace could kick Garrett's ass.
Yeah, he could.
mean,
Before the
maybe.
shield fucking comes and kills Solace.
I mean, they could kick Garrett's ass.
We all
So,
could. You're level 18.
I mean,
to give you some idea, no, you'll just be playing your high level characters. Your other characters for the other 12-hour, they've kind of fulfilled their purpose, and we might come back to them again someday, but this is going to be high level stuff. So, where we left off with that was they got young Nina out of the city, where she met up with...
Rugarth.
That's right.
Name sounds
I
familiar.
missed Rugai.
You know why?
Why?
Because that was Benzyme's dragon back in 3.5. You remember? When I
How
first
you
started
forget
taking
Rugar?
subs?
Oh.
The little copper dragon wormling is all grown up now.
Neat.
So, Rugarth took Nina and flew to the south. And that's all the clues that I'm going to give you. But you guys should be able to figure out. You are going to be fighting against some of Jaga's biggest and baddest. Prepare your anuses.
I don't want to res everyone again.
You may not survive. So there's always that. What's up, Light? Could we get a shout out for Light, please? So yeah, to give you guys some idea of what will be happening during the 12-hour, we are going to see the party from Tomb of Horrors versus the forces of Jaga.
Sexy.
Oh, you guys are gonna fucking love this. It's gonna be great. I'm
I
like,
just want my rod back.
you're going full hero mode on this one. This is end of One Punch Man season 1. It's all coming down to you guys. Does Jaga hold the Sword Coast, or does he get pushed back? It will be up to you to decide. And that's about all I'm going to tell you for now, because otherwise it'd get too specific and you'd metagame the shit out of me. You just wouldn't be
They're
able to
all
help it, so...
naked and they don't have anything.
So
We'll
holy
figure
shit,
that out
guys.
later.
We went over an hour past when we usually end. The fucking donation train broke me, so I'm so sorry. Scruffles, Buckle, Joey, Ewok, Trip, Ammo. Thank you guys for staying. I really appreciate that.
It's all right. I'm getting paid overtime, right?
That is correct.
Sweet.
And last
paid?
but not least, you get paid an experience. Everybody take 1,000 for the day, because you did a great job.
Ding,
Great
ding, ding,
fucking
ding,
job.
ding, ding. Yeah.
How close are you, Buckle?
I'm at 13,337.
Out of
14,000.
go to 14,000.
13,337.
Woo! Bitch, it works!
Yeah.
Gets grease! Woo!
I'm halfway. Cute.
I
So I
can't.
got double
You just
XP.
leveled.
I'll do leveling stuff later.
I get double XP for playing 2 characters for the past 3 weeks. Is that correct?
That's true.
Yep,
He
that's how it
did
works,
take good care of Evelyn.
I would say that that's fair.
I'll think of something to give him. I don't want to. I don't want too
Perhaps
much disparity in the
special
levels,
item?
because otherwise it gets really hard to balance.
That, like, next time I'd be like, I want to play 2 characters.
No, we're currently at player maximum or character maximum for Divinity of Pain. I like to keep it
Playing-
between 4 and 6.
Playing 2 characters and one of them being a summoning build in 3.5 is literally the worst idea.
Also, Joey, I might not get around to it tonight, but if you could just make a note somewhere, just remind me to change the list on my overlay, because you're not a monk anymore. I gotta switch it to
Yours.
Dragonborn Paladin, and I keep forgetting. So, thank you to everybody who came out, followed the stream. I know most of you were probably just following from the Twitch mobile thing. Doesn't matter, love it anyway. Hope you guys had fun watching. I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. I fucking love you guys so much, and I can't even fucking express it in words. I'm gonna have to think of something really extra special to do for this 12-hour to show my appreciation. I'll put my thinking cap on and let you know what I come up with. And of course, I will be hosting somebody after I end the stream. But we can go through now and let our players do their favorite parts and shoutouts and things. So we will start with Mr. Ewok Fuzzy Nuts. And make sure you're hitting those follow links for these guys as well. Do yourself a favor, huh?
Favorite part was seeing Trip very upset learning how real estate is. That was
Yeah,
fun.
man, real estate sucks.
The whole buying slaves part, splitting the party, I like doing that. But I stream almost every night. I'll be live tomorrow night with, I don't know what the hell I'll be playing, but I'll be playing something. And Variel has my links because Variel is awesome, so make sure you follow me there.
Indeed, indeed. We're gonna lump yous two together. Trip dropping the fucking 100 roll out of fucking nowhere. This fucking guy. It's like anytime I give him a 10% chance and say roll low or high on a D100, he fucking crushes it. Like, I don't even know why I bother making him roll anymore. I'm just gonna start giving it to you. Be like, yeah, sure. You're just gonna roll 100 anyway. So Trip and Ammo, aka the Murder Twins, you guys can do your shout-outs together.
Hi. My favorite part. I really like splitting and buying my own slaves with Ewok, and then I liked I'm going back home. Ooh, shiny thing. Ooh, I'm gonna gift this to the famous person.
I think that was a really good move, honestly. Like, truth be told, that's not something that I considered that you would do. And I love it when my players do stuff like that.
It's because
Like,
he was alone.
I wouldn't have taken that road, but I like it. I like your creativity, sir. And what about you, Ammo Sue?
I kind of enjoyed the whole shopping for slaves thing, even though it's kind of fucked up in a real life meta sense, but it was still fun in game.
In a real life meta sense, it's a very touchy subject, and I understand that. I think you guys handled it maturely and well, though. So.
But I mean, like the whole, not like the actual purchasing of slaves part, but like the rest of it, the RP was fun, and Trip's 100 roll was hilarious.
I couldn't escape the hundreds tonight. It was ridiculous.
And it was really funny
sky.
when when Joey was like, "Oh, you get XP for being ignorant." That was pretty funny.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was a good one-liner. I gotta give it to you. And of
Everyone
course,
has their moments.
the links for Trip and Ammo are in chat. Make sure you are following them. And speak of the devil, let's talk to young Joseph.
Oh, well, I'd say my favorite part is just playing Robiathan. I don't know, I just like this character a lot. I think he's going to mesh well with the group. The check marks are probably my least favorite thing in the world.
I gotta be honest with you, Joey, you're challenging me a little bit with that voice, because I remember what that voice is from. I remember that voice.
I know.
So it kind of back of my mind triggers me a little bit. I'm just like, I remember that guy.
One character. I like the idea of playing a lawful good paladin and getting to pal around with my buddy Garrett Reeves a bit more with a different character and hopefully less.
Yeah, you seem to be getting along a bit better than Mickey did.
Yeah, I wanted to play a character that was like more molded better with the group. So yeah, make sure you follow me on the stuff. And this Tuesday we've got a pretty awesome Heroes of Endor session. We're gonna have a special guest joining us for 1 to 3 sessions by the name of Trendane, a pretty awesome voiceover artist, and it's involved in a bunch of cool things. So we're looking forward to that. I'm excited. I'm probably gonna be like 5 to 15 minutes late for the next dozen or so sessions because Game of Thrones is now on Sundays at 9 p.m.
That is correct.
Just as a heads up.
No worries.
Other than that, that's my favorite part is just playing a character that I enjoy, and the check marks are a bitch, and I don't care if that earns me another check mark.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you can like log on your computer and at least get in the call, that's fine.
Yeah, I can do that. But
Yeah,
like
that's fine.
the very, very end, because I'll
Yeah.
it won't be too late because it's only 9 to 10. But yeah,
I'll see what I can do about buying you guys a few extra minutes at the beginning anyway. So
I don't know if anybody else is as hyping about Game of Thrones in the same situation.
I'm fairly hyped, but I'm also gauging it with a bit of caution. But that's a huge, long conversation for another day. Moving right along, welcome back, Captain Scruffles. We have missed you.
Hi. Missed you guys too. It was
And
nice
you got
being
to
back.
ding.
I did. I dinged. Like, immediately. It was nice. My favorite part was probably finding out about my aunt and how the fuck we're gonna get her away from Ploctiflu.
Platra. It's like the
Platra.
easiest name out of all of them.
Yeah. Follow me on Twitter to know when I go live. I've been finished Amnesia last night.
That was really
probably,
fun, by the way.
Yeah, it was fun.
Could
I
you
liked
yell at Erin?
Amnesia.
Stop touching
Well,
me!
she She keeps touching me.
That's the exact voice.
Stop
touching me!
It's worse. Anyway, I'll let you guys know when she can come over and we can play more Evil Within. But I will be playing Darkest Dungeon or maybe some Warframe because people have been talking about that lately and my interest is piqued. And that's it.
And links are in the chat. Make sure you're hitting that follow button, especially for our next candidate, Senor Buckle.
I liked Joey's one-liner because that's the funniest he's ever been. And
Kind
also,
of. I don't know whether to be like happy with that as a compliment or insulted. I'm not.
no, don't be insulted. I mean, like that was just great. That was like the pinnacle of jokes.
Thus far.
Yeah, thus far. And my second favorite part was the amount of love shown by Homer, Boudrin, and Jam, getting us to me being able to play Solace again. Because I was expecting not to do that till September, and now I get to do it this month, and I'm just going to be a flying useless sorcerer as opposed to, you know, I don't know, a useless paladin. So it's going to be good, and I'm excited for that. Just
you
let me
still
know
small?
the date. No, I guess when Resurrection fixed that, I think. Okay.
You're all naked though.
I am naked, but Solace is okay with that. He has nothing to be ashamed of.
Like a Ken doll.
We'll have that conversation off stream. Either way, just let me know when that stream's gonna be.
It'll probably be on either the 26th or the 28th as I'm looking at the calendar right now. Because that'll give me enough time and give you guys enough time to like talk, get characters ready, set everything up. That will be a Wednesday or a Friday, and I'll talk to you guys and find out which one we can make work. Because I got to talk to Homer as well.
Okay.
But whichever day works for everybody, I'll make it happen. And if we have to do it a week sooner than that, I can do that too. So we'll make it work.
Yeah.
It's I guarantee.
Don't worry about those links. I'm just a social media barnacle that attaches myself to these other talented people. And Nikki is correct. I do look like a squid. And that's it for me.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Squid-like.
I don't see it.
Yeah, I'm not picking it up. But
Sorry.
anyway, thank you guys again. Good night. We do the waving thing. We say goodbye. And I will be streaming tomorrow with Whose Initiative Is It Anyway? Starting at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 5e Improv. See you then. Bye! I fucking love you guys! I just knocked my headphones off. Bye.